No, I did not have a chance to yet. So
Jim's going to be on.
Jim's up.
Oh, I'm not on the what?
I think we have to have 8.
Dustin, how are you, sir?
I didn't see. Yep.
All right, now we got 8.
I got the air conditioning here. $5 worth.
Nice.
That drives me nuts. And you're like, yeah, we're just not getting free amigos. Right. What did you say you have a klepto? Isn't this your only job? Get back
Right.
Dustin was just saying he thought it was better than it has been, which I agree, yeah.
The word just always makes me think of the movie Three Amigos, you know? Would you say it's a klepto?
Absolutely.
It's a sweater.
Who did you say is not going to be here?
For sure.
And we think everybody else is here. Okay, so we got 6.
Down in a little different, yeah.
Okay.
The table was really under.
All right. To call to order the committee of the whole meeting for June 9th, 2026. First item on our agenda this evening is roll call.
Barraza, Lancy,
Here.
Beck, Malay, Malone, Solfa, Wolf, Barron, Lehman, Lohman, Pieper, Fahrenbach, Anderson, White.
Here.
It's 14. Or, I'm sorry, 10.
And then up next would be a reminder, if you come up to address us this evening, make sure the mic's on. You can see a little green light come on when you're talking and you can hear yourself in the background. Up next is item 3, items to be removed, added, or changed. The only thing I know is we're going to pull 5.2 off of the consent agenda approvals. That's the contract for a streets program. We do have some questions and some comments on that, so that's going to move to 6.05. It'll be the first thing on our regular agenda, so we can discuss it.
Item underneath it goes with it.
Yeah, 5.3, okay, then we'll move that to the same place. Now, those two will go together. I'll move that we amend the agenda by moving 5.2 and 5.3 to 6.05 and 6.06. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, agenda is amended. Next, we have matters from the public for anything that's not on our agenda tonight. Do we have anybody here for anything not on the agenda? Okay, and we will move to the consent agenda. Baron.
The consent agenda reads as follows. Resolution 2026-68-R, Firewall and Security Subscription Maintenance Renewal. Resolution 2026-71-R, authorizing task force with Baxter and Woodman, Inc. for the GIS, GPS, stormwater utility field data collection in the amount not to exceed $90,000. Ordinance 2026-27, decluttering certain property to be surplus and authorizing sale thereof. Resolution 2026-72-R, accepting grants of easement for Woodland Hills electric undergrounding. Ordinance 2026-26, amendment to the official zoning map for multiple properties: Carlisle Road, Hoover Road, Danforth Drive, Brown Court, and Garfield Avenue. I move we accept the consent agenda as read.
Motion by Barron, second by Solfa. Any questions or comments on what's on there? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Record reflect that Alderman Fehrenbach has joined us online. All right, and we'll go to our regular agenda. First one is the streets program for 2026. It'll be Resolution 2026-69R, authorizing execution of contract for the 2026 street program. And what were the questions or comments?
Yeah, so I think some questions were raised. I don't know if some other folks want to jump in on this. Just about that intersection of Water Street and First there. In the past, we've had bollards up on that as you're coming down from the library, kind of and you're turning right then, which I believe would be south. There's typically bollards there. They're not currently out there. I know that in this plan, there might be some changes happening to that intersection, and I just kind of wanted to get some more information on that.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of conversation back and forth with a couple alder people, and I mentioned that we were working on improvements in that intersection, and it was going to occur with the street program. It is not in the street program because we have to send the street program to IDOT for approval before we can put it out to bid. So it is going to be an added extra change order to the contract. But as you mentioned, the bollards are not there. I did a little bit of research and kind of talked with Dave Hartnett, our street superintendent, because I was not involved when this originally came forward. It was more of a Gary and Rahat thing with Bill Kellum. The bollards were purchased. At the time when they were purchased, they were, from what we can find in recollection, expensive. They were a 6-month lead time, and they were installed 2 years ago. About half of them are broken. So they come out right now. They're kind of like, I will use an analogy like a golf tee, and you're going to put your ball in the hole. We drill a hole, core a hole in the pavement, put the cup in there, and then they have the tread to screw in the bollard. With the years that they were out there, just any chemical or, just people hitting it, they kind of broke off some of them. Some of them popped out of the hole, the epoxy, and some of them sheared off with the tread in there. So they have not been put out because, as I mentioned, about half of them are usable, and we don't want to put only half of the design out there. So engineering and streets looked at options, passed it along even internally for police and fire to look at it, as well as other staff, and came up with a curb radius that would allow fire trucks to be able to make that right-hand maneuver, and decided to add it as an add-on item to remove some pavement and extend the curb and make the radius a little bit tighter from where it currently lies. So that is currently the plan, to work with our street contractor, talk to them about that, and put it on the higher priority list. Obviously it's on the agenda for approval. It would go to city council next week, and then have a pre-con, get all the contract documents executed, which again also have to go through the state, so it doesn't get executed as quickly as our in-house with the mayor and the clerk signing them. And then we can get moving. So hopefully after the 4th of July, we'd be able to start looking at that. Since that was installed, we went from just 2 striped crosswalk lines to the high vis, which are those skip dashes going across in both directions, across Water Street and First Street. Electric also installed more lights in the intersection. We have flashers on the crosswalks. The list kind of seems to go on and on as to what we've done, but this is a long-term solution by putting in the concrete and guiding people down that hill. So I don't know if there's any other questions. I'd be happy to answer.
Back. Oh.
Leah had her hand up first. I can go next.
Okay, thank you. So this conversation kind of actually started with, I had a representative from BEI and a representative from Warehouse 55 reach out with just concerns about that intersection with the high pedestrian levels that are happening there, but also just my own observations. We just finished the bike path ramp that comes up and feeds right onto Water Street, and so we have a lot of bicyclists and stuff coming right through that intersection. And I mean, I think for all of us, we are all in downtown Batavia a lot. I think probably all of us have noticed increased traffic there. And then now with Q9 coming in very soon, they're bringing a lot of traffic to that intersection. So just trying to get ahead of this, so before we have an incident happen, to do our due diligence to make sure as a city, we are paying attention to the needs of safety and we're trying to build up that part of town. So we just need to make sure we're doing this correctly in the right timing instead of waiting for something tragic to happen. Also, there was one other thought I had about that. Oh, for those of us who are in town a lot, we know what to expect from that intersection. We know how to look for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for people who are bicycling, they know how to look. But we get a lot of out-of-towners now in that intersection, people who are coming to Warehouse 55, people who are riding their bikes up and down the Fox River. They don't know what to expect from that. So what can we do to make it more visible for people who have arrived at that road, at that intersection for the first time? I was in a car with a friend who's from out of town, from out of state. She was driving. She came down that, this was a while ago, but down that hill, and I was like, there's a lot going on here. You got to slow down. As somebody who knows, right? But she doesn't know. So that's just kind of been on my mind since that time. How can we make this better for those who don't know?
Sorry that I was late and that I came in the middle, Andrea. Do you happen to know with the curb that's designed in the streets plan what the radius will be?
No, I don't. I know that engineering has looked at that. As I mentioned in my email, I need time to get that put together. I read your email that you were pulling it off while I was eating dinner, reading emails. So I did not get to look into that.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in a plug for, I'm super excited that it's going to be a curb. I think that's going to be a tremendous improvement. I do think that there are still some, what I liked about the bollards were the vertical thing in the road. As you're coming straight at them, you know you need to slow down and turn and go, use caution there. And especially if you're turning right, you have to really take that turn slowly, which is what tighter corners are meant to do. So I had pulled and sent right before the meeting just some national standards for when you are in a downtown urban area. Standard curb radii are 10 to 15 feet. And that's for both pedestrian safety and for slowing traffic down. It's called out in our active transportation plan that we should have the size of the corner relates to the length of the crosswalk and the speed of turning traffic. It's called out in our downtown plan that we should have, that we should minimize curb radii, again, for pedestrian safety and for slowing down traffic. So in the quick, drawing that you had sent over earlier in the week, it did look much longer, much bigger than our other downtown corners and much bigger than what we have currently with the bollards. So I would just like to see that get as close to the bollards location as possible.
Will not, because that we had reviewed it and that will allow a fire truck to turn. That is a skewed intersection and therefore you need a larger radius. Typically a subdivision and an intersection is 25 to 30 foot radius back a curb. We have constant problems at Union and 31 with the radius when it was the 2 lanes in each direction and have those drivable concrete sidewalks kind of because they kept on going over the grass and ruining it. So that's what you run into. As much as we would like to be pedestrian friendly and try and keep that, we also have to be aware of our businesses and what kind of vehicles go across those roadways. So in that intersection with, there was a loading dock and there's some businesses there, especially emergency vehicles as well. We need to make sure that those can go through there. And I talked with Chief Blowers on Friday and he hasn't had any instances in that area that has been noted. So I understand the desire to make sure that we continue to keep it that way. But that radius does pull it out, so the sidewalk extends, I think it's 14 or 15 feet further, and it's just because of that skew of the street. It just makes it, the only other thing could be potentially restricting right-hand turn movements.
So will it be comparable to other downtown intersections?
Not because of the skew for that particular turn. I'd have to look and see what the intersection at Shumway and First is to see that movement. We can look at that.
And so then will there be an opportunity, well, I guess we'll have to have a discussion then about if it's going to go back to a super wide turn, we're going to get the super fast traffic and the super fast turners again. So having a conversation about reinstalling bollards, reinstalling some other visual cue that will slow people down in the future after the curve goes in.
So is it my understanding that this is supposed to be for next week? This edition is going to be part of next week?
Well, it's, we're executing the street program contract, and because we will have a contractor in here that does this work, concrete, asphalt, and restoration, we are going to add it as a change order to include the radius for that intersection and remove the additional pavement from there.
Is that a part of this order? Is that going to be the order you said is coming out next week? Because the only reason why I'm asking is it sounds like there's been emails that have been shared and drawings, and as somebody that wasn't on that, I'm like, I think it would be important for everybody to be able to have the same information as everybody else that has been shared on the email.
Say, since it's a change order, we should have that as an agenda item on another cow. Because that's not going to happen immediately anyway.
Further, as Abby said, I'm for having the discussion, but I'd like to have all the details for me to be able to look at.
We can do both of those things. So my recommendation would be to move forward with the streets program approval that is before you tonight, but then also to have that future discussion, since there will have to be a change order.
The change order will be within the contingency because it's not that
Yes.
much, but we'd be happy to bring it back for a discussion when we have time to compile all the information that you're looking for.
Alderman Pieper?
I just have two quick questions. I can probably be additionally looked at in our further discussion. The existing curb radii delegated by the bollards that exist, that is, I believe that's a fairly tighter radius now. And was that not a problem for the fire department when it was installed in this current configuration?
With the bollards, they could simply run those over,
Okay.
whereas the curb presents more of a barrier. Chief, did you want to chime in any more on
They
that?
weren't just flex posts, but.
She just said you broke them all.
I would like to hear this.
Yes, the ballards did pose a problem. Hopefully not one of them or so that was broken was my fault. But yeah, what happens with us, fortunately for us in emergency response, they end up taking that corner extra wide. The problem is oncoming traffic and increase safety hazards, problems of car coming the other direction, increases the opportunity for accidents or further damage if there are actual ballards or things. But we have to take it wider. We have to come into the oncoming lane, coming down the hill, and then take it wide to make that corner. Just won't make it. And that area is the first due response of our station too. So the primary comes from the west side to make that particular complex in that particular area for response.
I think that kind of goes to show sort of the success of having these temporary installations. We can get that operational feedback and adjust designs as we go. Minor plug for that. One other question I was going to ask is, as additional implementation in the new curb radii and the new bump out, would there be the potential to put in up on the curb a more permanent bollard to protect pedestrians from traffic that might be coming down the hill at a high speed?
We'd have to, that's considered right now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we did run the fire truck but I'd have to check and see if there's other large vehicles that might be restricted,
Okay.
like the semi-tractor.
Would we expect the semi-tractor would need to mount the curb, as it were?
Potentially, and that's what I have to double check. I was unfortunately in meetings this afternoon, not able to run back to that.
Okay, just putting it out there. Thank you. Curb out.
Alderman Lehman, you're next.
Thank you. I'm trying to now remember all my thoughts. I do actually think there was an incident there with a bicyclist who got pretty severely injured, and it may have been like 3 or 4 years ago. So there has been an incident at that intersection. And I mean, our discussion here is we're trying to balance daily pedestrian use and cyclist use with the hopefully rare need of a fire truck coming from Station 2 that direction. I would assume they would just actually go right down Main Street, but I'm not in the fire department. But that's what we're trying to figure out here, though, is like the daily safety compared to balancing out what our fire department needs and other needs are. So and I agree that the whole council needs to see all of this data before we move forward with it. But one other question is, IDOT does not need to approve anything for this intersection, though, right? Like this is...
No, this is separate. We're just doing this.
Okay.
They have a contract to do curb work. So with that, this is a perfect time to put that in there.
Okay. So I understand we have the longer, like using what we're trying to approve tonight with the streets plan, but then also if there's anything just that we can do on our own to improve the conversation about safety there.
We do have in the strategic plan the downtown safety plan and improvements to the bike and ped plan. We applied for a CMAP grant. We have to wait and see what the result is of that. And if not, then it would be gone out to a consultant, and it's a comprehensive, holistic look at the city and the network that we have downtown and not just a particular intersection. So hopefully we'll have some information in the coming weeks that we can share.
Woman.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. Thank you for the explanation first. And then for the timeline, the anticipated timeline, if you could just give me a clearer idea for when, depending on once the discussion comes back for the change order, and then if that gets approved, when are we looking at potentially having these changes put in place?
That's a great question. We've never worked with this contractor. We haven't even approved the contract. Therefore, we haven't set a pre-con date. I don't know what their workload is. They just have to guarantee that their work will be done by the date in the contract. So once we move forward, we can share that information with you. For me to guess is kind of premature at this time.
So ballpark, I mean, with our discussion dates, in 2 weeks, we have another discussion, right? Our cow. And if you have everything by then we've got our city council meeting the 30th. So we're looking at like possibly July. I'm just trying to have an understanding.
We don't have a city council on the 30th, but...
Oh, that's right. Holiday. Right.
Again, I don't know. We haven't worked with a contractor. Once we do, we can find out what their schedule is and we can relay that to you.
But we're looking at like July, probably post-July, right? Ideally.
Yeah, it would not...
I'm not trying to hold you to it. I'm just ballpark.
We're not approving this until June 16th. It has to go to IDOT afterwards. They cannot, we're using MFT funds and they have to sign off on it as well and execute the contract. We cannot move forward with it until we have that back from IDOT. So they usually move pretty quickly, but it's IDOT, so I'm not gonna give you a definite date. Once we know, we'll be happy to tell you. Maybe by the time we come back on the 23rd, we'll have more information.
Understood. The reason why I was asking that is because, this goes into my next question, are there any temporary solutions that we can do as a city before we have, the final plan in place? As stated, there's safety concerns, and I understand we're going to have discussion later on about the change order, but I'm just wondering, is there anything, like, for example, what comes to mind, the intersection of Western and North Avenue, right? Like, when we mentioned, oh, there's safety concerns there, you guys added the flashing red light as a temporary measure that was easy to do, didn't cost you any money, because you had the lights. So I'm just wondering, is there something we can do similar to that, to this intersection, before we get all of these, ducks in a row?
I did not get to drive through it, but Dave had mentioned that they did put flashing lights, so I can double check that. Beyond that, we're not really willing to put those bollards in half of them. We think,
I understand that, yeah.
so we can go back and look at that and see.
Thank you.
I just want to tack right onto that. I see where you're going with that, Alderperson Lohman. The reality is there's a very good chance we aren't able to correct that intersection this summer. Or if it is, it's October, or it's later this year. So I think that's where you're going with this, is maybe there's temporary construction barriers or barricades or anything we could do to help the safety at that intersection. I think that's interesting to this council. I think it's some feedback to take back. I'm going to take a way big step back, though, and ask about the actual proposal. Hopefully I didn't step too high there, but looking at this, I see one company is the low bidder, and that's the bidder we're going to go with, and we're going to put a 10% contingency in there. And maybe I'm a little naive, but with that 10% contingency, we could go with any single one of those companies on that list. So then I just heard you say that we've never worked with that company before. So that makes me a little nervous as well. There might be times where we don't use the lowest bidder if we have the comfort level. And we've talked about that on different other waterwork projects in the past and such. So I just didn't know if there was any other thought process or anything that was going on behind, hey, those guys were the lowest bidder.
So Andrea can speak to this, but it's dictated by Illinois law. That there's a specific bidding process, and we are obligated to accept the lowest qualified bid. So if in the process of vetting a particular contractor, there were, very bad things said about work that they did for other communities, that would be a reason why we could challenge whether they were a qualified bidder or not. But without any knowledge of that, merely having not had them as a contractor before would not allow us to reject them as a bidder.
I saw such a narrow window of the quotes and was both impressed and concerned, right?
Sure.
For asphalt, the highest in a little bit. So when I heard how high that number was, they're like, oh, well, they cut it somewhere else. So, it's a game of numbers.
Okay.
And I think other people have used them. They do have to provide some past work experience.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
I'll be really quick here. First off, thank you. I know that we kind of sprung this on you last minute, so I really do appreciate you stepping up and kind of answering these questions for us. I just want to make sure I'm fully understanding. As far as temporary solutions, I think I'm hearing I'd really like to see some temporary solutions, kind of see what, although it sounds like the bollards they're kind of flat, they're toast.
Yeah, we'd have to look and see.
Yeah, they're kind of done. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think I'm hearing that temporary solutions would be something we're interested in. Again, because this was brought to us by businesses and community members who are seeing their livelihoods and their day-to-day lives impacted. I think in the email sent to us, it was that people aren't coming and that they're having trouble with kind of the flow of traffic there. So I think there's an interest in finding some solution because, and this is where I'm going to test for my understanding, it certainly won't be done by July, but will be done by, say, December-ish, very likely, barring like everything
I
falling
did not
apart.
get to look at the completion date, but typically it's usually like end of September, beginning or middle of October for that.
The
So by
asphalt
2020,
plants
close.
before
And so
Thanksgiving.
just for this summer period, we're probably not done for this summer season of people walking around downtown, probably, right? Of course.
We can put it on a high priority and see.
Cool. All right. And once again, thank you again for kind of suffering through our questions.
One question, one comment. One, to add on to Alderperson Barron's comment about getting emails that were sent around, I also think it'd be beneficial that these emails of concerns of people were sent around as well, so all council can see these, because I haven't gotten any of those. That's a request I would make. And number two, as for this particular proposal that we're talking about, I think we got to make sure that we don't miss the forest for the trees. We need to get this thing approved because we're talking about one intersection and a giant project that we're talking about here. So if nobody else has any comments, I'd make
One more
that
thing.
Okay.
I just want to throw this out there. Why don't we put another stop sign there on the east-west? Make people stop.
Because of the grade there, in the wintertime, you would likely have people who would slide into that intersection. And that's why we've always come to the conclusion that it's not appropriate to put a stop sign there.
We have a crosswalk a block away from it at the bottom of a hill that we force people to stop at when there is a pedestrian going through it. I know it's not the exact same incline as that, but if we really want to try to make this safe temporary, we'd go out and put 2 stop signs. If we don't have to ask IDOT to do it, we can put them up there and force people to stop there, and then they have to give the pedestrians the right of way to get across that street.
It could be a good test for the summer.
I've been through that intersection for the last 50 years, and I've seen more than enough close calls, accidents. I clipped somebody's door coming down Wilson Street on a bike one time because not paying attention to what's going on. The reality is if we try to force people to stop, they're going to learn to stop there, and they're going to learn to give pedestrians the right of way. We did it in the middle of the bridge approach on the east side by putting a crosswalk in the middle of the block. We can do this. We can change that, and we can make people stop in their cars so somebody isn't going 30 miles an hour down the hill and blowing through that intersection where there's pedestrians trying to cross the street.
They probably can do that when it's dry pavement, but in the event that there's snow and ice, somebody who is a pedestrian crossing will expect the car to stop, but the question is, will they be able to? Or will they slide through the intersection?
Driving too fast for conditions.
You're still responsible for your car regardless of.
It's not the car. I'm worried about the pedestrian.
No, I
thinking
know,
that
but
car's
it could
gonna
be a
stop and
stop
getting
sign on
hit.
flat ground, and they could go too fast through that too in the winter. I mean,
And I see people blow through stop signs every morning on my test drives on the west side of town. You know,
And then I know
constant.
that we always, for stop signs, the police always run a report and they do an analysis on it if it warrants a stop sign there too. So we'll consult with them as well. And I know I have that.
I'd like that to be part of the discussion. Because I think it's something that we can do, and we don't have to wait for IDOT to approve money to do that. We can take that action and get that done. And you know what? If the car's stopped in the middle of the street to let somebody walk across the street, you're going to have to stop anyway. So then that's on the driver of the car to do that. Alderman Solfa?
I think, are you referring to an actual stop sign?
Yes.
As opposed to what you were talking about, like in the middle of the intersection on the bridge?
Right, but same thing. We're going to force somebody to stop at that intersection.
Because from my understanding, and from Chief Blowers and the former chief and everybody else who's talked about those things, they hate those things in the middle of the intersections. They think they're the worst.
I understand
because
that.
They give the pedestrians the false sense of security that everybody's going to stop when you have this thing in the middle of the intersection that says stop for pedestrians, but it's not really a stop sign. So I mean, those.
I'm talking about a regular red stop sign
Okay.
on the east-west on First Street to force people to stop.
I would just, that's the question on that, but I'd be opposed to putting one of those things in the middle of the
No, I'm just talking
intersection.
about
That
the
would just
reality
be-
is
that would just
is we
make
force
people
people to
walk
stop in
across
other
the road,
ways.
Get hit.
Right, I understand. Alderman Malone?
Yeah, 2 quick things. First off, it just sounds like we need to have a longer discussion. So I think kind of setting up some time and coming with ideas and solutions and different ideas from staff, I think would be very helpful on that. Just in general, both with this new construction and elsewise. Just because we have a lot of folks in the audience, and just to kind of clear the thing, we're not allowed to respond to emails with the whole council. That's against the law, so that's why other folks weren't included in that email, just so the air is clear. But folks, there was email sent, and so back and forth as our role as alder people, we responded to that. So, but I do think it'd be worthwhile to hear from those business owners and from staff on kind of what that intersection means to that neighborhood, because it means a little more than I thought, at least until I got the emails. So I think a further discussion is warranted with multiple options and different ideas, and we can talk about this at a later time, I think.
Yeah, and I just wanted to invite all of us, not just putting this on staff, but a quick Google search of temporary curb radii, shortening, traffic calming measures, comes up with a whole host of pictures and a whole host of studies. Read the studies, read their effectiveness, read whether or not they had any unintended consequences for the rest of traffic flow. We are not inventing the wheel here. There's lots of examples. There's lots of data. There's stuff that we can just copy and paste and feel really confident in and not have to speculate or wonder if this is a worthwhile measure. And we can send them around if you blind carbon copy everybody, or we could have a designated person put them into a PowerPoint and attach them to the next discussion.
Either of which sounds great to me. Alderperson Lehman.
This is a very complicated intersection. I recognize that. And it's on a hill. We don't have sidewalks all which ways, which mean you can't technically do crosswalks at all parts of the intersection. So I understand this is a very odd intersection that we're trying to discuss, and there's no easy fix. So I recognize that as we move forward with trying to find the best safety measures that we can for a growing neighborhood and part of our town. I realize that it will just take some creativity and thinking outside the box and willingness to explore ideas, to Alderperson Beck's point. But thank you for your patience, and as we move forward trying to figure this out.
And when we have this on a call, we'll make sure that whoever's contacting, because I got contacted as well, to make sure that they get the information so they can be here to be part of that discussion. That's a great idea.
And just so that the BCC doesn't end up being challenged as being a public meeting because there are too many aldermen on it, feel free to forward things to me and I can send them out to everyone.
I think you were on that email thread, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would move that we adopt Resolution 2026-69R, authorizing execution of contract for the 2026 Streets Program.
By Malone, second by Solfa. All those in favor? Aye. You there, Jim?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. And that will go on the consent agenda.
And I guess I would move that we adopt Resolution 2026-070R, adopting IDOT resolution, et cetera.
Second. Goes right along with what we just talked about.
Motion by Malone, second by Solfa. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Great. Thank you. Okay, now we will go on to 6.1, which is a presentation on the lead service line replacement progress update. Great program.
Right. Is this going through the online Zoom as well, or do I need to screen share? Do I do that first? Okay, thanks. Entire screen, right?
Click on the PowerPoint window. Sure.
This guy down here? Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you. So my name is Emily Conti. I'm a project engineer with Engineering Enterprises, and I'm here with Steve Dennison, who's a vice president with EEI, and we're here to talk about an update on the lead and galvanized water service line replacement program. So just a little bit of an overview. What is a lead and galvanized steel service line replacement for those of you who are less familiar? There's 3 different types of these. So there's partial that goes from the water main to the curb box. Thank you. Perfect. It goes to the curb box or the shutoff valve. This is typically located near the property line. And then you can do a partial replacement. So from the shutoff box or B box inside the home to the water meter, or you could do a full replacement all the way from the water main inside the home to the meter. And then just to note, this project is only replacing portions of services that were lead or galvanized downstream of lead. We're not replacing anything that was previously copper. So a little bit of history on lead and water services, kind of giving you the background on why we're doing these projects. So lead exposure is known to harm children's brain development, contributing to lower IQs as well as learning and behavioral problems. And lead was widely used as water service line material up to the late 1980s throughout the entire country. Around 1955, lead services were no longer allowed to be put in Batavia. So up to that date, they were still installed, and up to today, there still are some remaining, but the focus of these programs is to get rid of all of that lead. In 1986, the Safe Drinking Water Act banned the use of lead pipes. This was nationwide. Again, Batavia had already done that in 1955, but as of 1986, it was nationally banned. And then 1991, the EPA published the lead and copper rule. So this is still in place today. There's been some changes to it, which we'll talk a little bit about, but that set things like your MCL level, so the maximum amount that can be in water, as well as some other regulations. Around 2014, we're all familiar with this, was the Flint, Michigan crisis, where there was lead found in drinking water, and their public water supply basically was put on hold, and everyone was drinking bottled water because of the widespread lead crisis. In 2025, the EPA began their requirement that all lead services need to be replaced by 2037. So a little overview of the roadmap to compliance. This is basically giving you a snapshot of all the planning that's required as part of this new regulation. So if you see my mouse here, where are we right now? So April 15th, 2024, this is when your initial lead service line replacement plan was due. And then each year after, the city has been submitting updates. This basically identifies the total number of services remaining in the city and your plan to get rid of them. April 15th, 2027 here is when the final lead service line replacement plan is going to be due. And then starting at that point, you have 10 years to complete all replacements. And this is for everyone in the state of Illinois. Little history on Batavia's lead program, since things have been moving pretty quickly and proactively over here. So inventorying, planning, and design began in 2020 with an IEPA project plan. This was to position the city to receive loan funding to begin all the lead service line replacements. Within this planning period, over 1,200 lead service lines or galvanized lines requiring replacement were identified by the city. And then the city was able to secure the first round of IEPA funding in 2022, which we will get a little bit more into the funding here, but well ahead of a lot of other communities in going after that funding early, which really puts you guys in a good position here. Year one design was complete, and that project was bid in 2022. So this was the start of your large-scale lead service line replacement programs. And as you can see below, there have been 3 years since, or I guess including the first year. Year 1 and 2 are both complete. Those were completed in 2023 and 2025. And then year 3 began in 2025, and we're anticipating completion by end of 2026. Little overview on what this construction looks like. So each individual lead service line replacement is essentially its own mini construction project. You've got one contractor, but there's so much coordination that goes into this, including a resident meeting. So 3 to 7 days before the replacement, that contractor will individually meet with the homeowner, kind of go over the sequence of what's going to happen and make sure they've got a good idea of what needs to be done. And then they'll put in any traffic control, erosion control devices in place. Again, these service lines are scattered throughout the city, so this is a very mobile operation. They have to move all this traffic control and make sure they're coordinating with city and making sure that they're keeping roads open to traffic. So a lot going on at once. And then they'll do the actual installation of the new lead service line, including flushing it per the standards. And they'll follow up with any restoration, including concrete, asphalt, curb, stuff like that. And then they'll make sure to complete the remaining exterior and interior restorations. On the day of the replacement, they'll return the inside to, they'll patch the concrete, waterproof it. But if they need to follow up with any interior restoration beyond that, if it was in a finished area of the basement, they'll come back and take care of that, as well as any exterior sodding following the temporary seeding. So the city has created this live construction data collection dashboard. So that's kind of a little snapshot of it. This allows the staff to track the service line replacement status in live time. So you see all the colors over there. Green are completed replacements, red are identified for replacement. It's a really great way for all the different people involved to be able to see in one place kind of how the progress is moving along. In addition to just the status, it also collects the location of the new services. So that's those little dots you're seeing. Those are actual GPS points taken by the field engineer while those services, the new services, are uncovered, so that you have exact points of where those are located, which helps staff in future years. If they need to do any repairs, they know exactly where they're going. This would be like your connections at main, your new B-boxes, any abandoned services on the main, sanitary taps and laterals. So any of your underground, they're able to collect in this. And then on this dashboard, it also stores some additional data related to the service replacement, and then the photos that were taken are all tied into each of these little address points. And this is available to all the project stakeholders. So tied into this is a public-facing web page that the city developed. So this is actually on your website. If you type in lead service lines, takes you to the main page. You can click on this interactive map, basically, which takes all that data that city's tracking behind the scenes and puts it into a viewable form for the public so that they can keep up with the progress as well. So what you're seeing right here are all completed replacements. If you click on one of these actual points, it pops up with more information, including the material, the size of the service. And then if you scroll down, it's actually got those replacement photos as well. So again, a lot of data in one place, super easy for public to access, keep track of everything. It's a really great resource. Getting into the individual lead service line programs. So year one, I mentioned, was your first large-scale planned lead service line replacement project. You were able to secure funding from the IEPA with 100% principal forgiveness up to $4,000. Again, really proactive in getting that, which is great for you. And
Million.
4 million?
Even more impressive.
I said 1,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
I was reading 4 million. $4 million. This project was originally estimated to replace 280 lead services, and then we were able to get 281 lead services completed. So that construction began May 4th of 2023, ended up getting 221 fulls in, which was really huge. Those tend to cost more, obviously, it's more work. So to be able to get that many in with 100% principal forgiveness for $4 million was really huge. 40 partials main to B-box, and then 20 partials B-box to meter as well. And then in total, that's over 16,000 feet of service pipe replaced, which is over 3 miles. So really successful project. This kind of carries through each of the 3 years, but your water service is typically offline less than 4 hours. So the contractor is able to accomplish multiple of these in a single day, really quick turnaround time for residents there. And then this year one construction concluded in May of 2024. Lead service line year two. This was the second large-scale lead service line replacement program. So you were able to secure a loan for up to $4.5 million. This is a 0% interest loan for 30 years. And through very proactive efforts by the city, you were able to get an additional $2.025 million your original allocation was a little over $2 million. The city was able to secure up to $4.5 million through bypass funding. So again, great job being proactive. So much of that loan as you're able to get these out is really huge. And this project originally anticipated the replacement of 350 to 400 lead service lines. We were able to get 394 replacements completed. And this construction began in August of 2024. We ended up with 74 full replacements, 284 partial main to B boxes, and then 36 partial B box to meter. Again, that year one was really focusing on getting as many of those fulls as possible with that principal forgiveness money. So years 2 and 3 are able to tackle, basically everything else. And then in total, over 14,000 feet of services replaced, which is over 2.6 miles. So another very successful year. Service lines offline less than 4 hours. And then that construction wrapped up in August of 2025. An update on year 3, which is ongoing. So this is your third and final large-scale lead service line replacement program. Able to secure loan funding, again, the 0% interest over 30 years for up to $5.4 million. Anticipated replacement of all remaining lead and galvanized steel service lines. So that's approximately 500 to 550 lines remaining after years 1 and 2 that will be completed in year 3. This project was awarded to Miller Pipeline for about $4.5 million. The notice to proceed was dated August of 2025. Contractors replacing 1 to 3 services per day, so they're able to move pretty quickly. And then final completion is set for November of 2026, but that could very well be sooner. I mentioned this was a 30-year loan with 0% interest. Again, city was very proactive in getting out there to get that loan funding. Right now, the IEPA is offering these 0% interest loans for lead service line replacements. That's not guaranteed in the future. So to be able to lock that in for years 2 and 3, as well as receive principal forgiveness, is a really, really great thing for the city to help fund these programs. This construction began August 20th of this past year. And as of end of last week, we have 186 replacements completed. So that's 13 fulls and 173 partial main to B boxes. Currently, over 6,000 feet of services have been replaced, which is over 1.2 miles. And then a summary on all of your years 1, 2, and 3 programs. Again, this is as of the end of last week. A little summary of all the funding you have received to date. I mentioned this, but funding is just becoming more and more competitive with these IEPA loans. Starting in 2027, all the other communities in the state of Illinois that have lead are going to be required to start replacements if they haven't already, which there are plenty that have not started yet. So to be able to get everything completed with loan funding before 2027 is a really big accomplishment. And none of these service replacements are at any direct cost to the homeowner. Overview on the total replacements through your years 1, 2, and 3 projects. We are sitting at just over 860 total, 308 full replacements, 497 partial main to B box replacements, and 56 partial B box to meter replacements with just under 37,000 feet, which is nearly 7 miles. So to kind of give you an overview of what this visually looks like, when we started the planning process in 2020, this is kind of what you were looking at. You saw all these red dots, which were your confirmed lead, and then all those gray dots were either unknown or potential lead. At the time of our initial planning, there were over 4,400 unknowns. And for context, there's about 8,600 services in the city. So nearly half of them were unknown when we started. And there were about 200 confirmed lead to get us started on that year one program. But through very, very proactive efforts from the city staff end, they were able to eliminate the unknowns. There's currently 0 unknowns, and that was through major potholing efforts. So over 1,100 service lines were identified by hydro excavation. So city staff going out to all these unknown locations, digging up the B-box to visually confirm that material. And then also just checking through records or home inspections, getting inside for meter replacements and seeing visually what that service material is. A huge, huge effort to get that down. Now we're sitting at about 200 lead service lines remaining, whereas before that was our confirmed lead. Now that's really all you have left to take care of. So just to kind of give you an overview of all the work that goes into these projects. So planning stage, we're looking at things like material inventorying. So potholing both the public and private side, because those materials can be different, and they often are. Getting that contact info for the direct stakeholders. You've got to get contact info for owners, and then if they rent it out, you have to figure out how to connect with the renter who's going to be on property for the replacement. Getting contact to the resident and educating them. The city provides so much education to residents on the lead service line replacement program, and getting in touch with them early to really get them prepared for what's to come is very, very beneficial in the long run. And then completing the interior assessment. So going inside the home, confirming that material, that was all done by city staff ahead of the actual construction project. Fixture counts, so that's something that owners need to provide to the city. It helps with determining what size their service is going to be, as well as some other plumbing permit items. So contacting the owners, making sure that they know how to get the fixture count, making sure they do the fixture count. Just a lot of outreach effort there. And then getting into the actual construction here. So before the actual replacement occurs, the city needs to get the temporary construction easement agreement signed by each owner of each property that's in these projects. The city staff also completes the plumbing permit application that's coordinated within the city, and each individual address needs one of these plumbing permits. Making sure to send out the construction notifications to not just the resident, but the whole area that may be impacted by construction activity. So a 24-hour notification door hanger is placed prior to work to notify of upcoming activity. And then calling in the Julie locate request. Again, that needs to be done for each individual replacement, as well as tracing the water services and the exact tap location, sewer laterals. This is all stuff that city staff is out there doing, again, for each replacement. And then after the actual replacement occurs, so that's its own level of effort. You know, that's the one we see more, is the contractor out there performing the replacement. But then after that happens, there's still additional work. So it's an Illinois state requirement to deliver a filter to each impacted resident from the service line replacement. So if it's a multi-dwelling unit, they're handing out filters to each resident within that unit, and then confirming that the resident received that filter. Restoration, so coming back and doing any asphalt, PCC, sod, and then watering that sod until it's fully established, as well as punch list tracking. So anytime a resident calls in with comments, questions, whatever, making sure that we're able to track that so we fully address any concerns residents may have. And then post-lead sampling, another requirement, but between 3 and 6 months after the lead service line replacement, city needs to reach out to the resident and ask whether they want sampling, and then complete the sampling if it's requested. Which again, after it's replaced, people think they're kind of done, it's over, but no, the city still has additional outreach. So the punch list, we also have a tracking dashboard for that. This is internally between city staff and engineers, but anytime, you know, you get an email from a resident with, hey, something's going on with my sod, that gets logged into this dashboard visually so staff and engineer can track it and make sure that everything's addressed. So again, you click on one of these address and it tells you exactly what that punch list item is that needs to be addressed, and then whether it's been completed or still needs attention. Just a really great tool to make sure we're not losing sight of anything with all the coordination that's required. So your total lead service line replacement numbers to date. So in total, you've actually got 943 replacements. So that's in addition to the years 1, 2, and 3 program. City staff has also completed 82 replacements. This is through work outside of the ongoing contracts. So you're sitting at just under 1,000 total replacements to date, which is huge. And I already mentioned, but you have about 200 left, and those will all be completed in year 3 by the end of this calendar year. And then the anticipation is to complete all of these replacements by 2027, which is when the EPA is requiring all these other communities, every community really, to start replacing. So you're gonna be done, and there's gonna be a lot of people just starting. And we've already started to see some of the positive impacts from being so proactive about this. The city received a special exception permit in February earlier this year, which is a change in your monitoring requirements under the lead and copper rule. So previously, I think it started in 2024, when they updated the lead and copper rule, the city was switched to sampling 60 samples every 6 months. So that's 120 samples a year, which is a lot because previously you'd been sampling 30 samples every 3 years. So that was a huge jump in cost, huge jump in effort, a lot of coordination getting all those approved sample sites. And that's what the city has been on until February 2nd of this year. And the reason you received this special exception permit is because you received 2 consecutive 6-month monitoring periods maintaining the lead and copper 90th percentile levels below required levels. So what that means is for 2 sampling periods in a row, your 90th percentile sample levels was below the required action level. For context, there's many communities we're working with that are getting action level exceedances. So the opposite of this, within their 6-month sample period, they have lead levels exceeding the action level. What that means, additional sampling is required. Very expensive reports, corrosion control studies are required. So a lot of additional effort, and they have to continue that 60 sample every 6 months until they get the 2 consecutive samples below, which Batavia was able to do, largely in part of getting rid of the lead. But again, very, very good news. So what this did is it reduced your lead and copper sampling to triennial or every 3 years, effective January 1st of this year. And it's back to basically what you were doing before they revised the lead and copper rule. And you've seen this slide again, but it's always worth popping up here. Huge thank you to all the stakeholders for this project. We appreciate all the efforts. There's been so many efforts. Hopefully you're able to see great, very successful projects. Received a lot of really positive feedback too. And you know, it's an easy project to be able to see progress with, and hopefully stakeholders are able to appreciate their new copper services. With that, we'll take any questions.
Do you have any questions? You're on?
I got just a brief story I'd like to tell. Number one, I want to commend our presentation that you just gave here. The folks we have upgrading our water system have done a phenomenally great job. And our new Public Works Director and Mr. Barkey from the Water Department have been right there to make sure it's all done right. So we've got a crew that's really working to bring this to fruition. What I wanted to share was during the first 60 years of Batavia's history, from 1833 to 1893, we had no water department. And if you wanted water, you dug your own well and hooked it on. And on January 10th, 1893, we had 2 schools in town, one over at Washington State where the old Louise White School now stands, and the other one was over on the west side where the now empty or now no longer a school, McQueen School sat. One was on each side of town. And on January 10th of 1893, it was a cold day and they started burning a lot of logs in the furnace. And some of the sparks went up on the roof and set the roof on fire. Well, we had no water system in town to put the fire out, nor did we had a fire department, but they didn't have any equipment. And so they basically stood there and watched the building, three-story building, burn to the ground. And the Historical Society has some pictures of this. The great news about it was every kid got out of the building safe and sound. Nobody was injured or hurt or killed or whatever. But that was then the catalyst that kicked in the idea that, hey, Batavia probably should have a vote and create themselves a water system. And so the water system got put in. But during my many years as mayor of this town, I can remember the early days when the guys that were, most of them are passed away now, were at the water department, and they'd come in and tell me, well, Jeff, we're still living with history because when we put all this pipe in the ground, nobody had any ability to tell us where it is. So they just dug a hole and put it down in the ground, and there it sat, and it worked, but we didn't know where that pipe was. So one of the things we've got to do is bring some engineering in here and get some maps made, and it's all been done, and you've been able to take care of it. Now you've really put it into great shape, and so I just wanted to express our pride as to what you were able to create from a kind of a dark story of Batavia's history to what has now become one of the pride and joys of Batavia, that we have this great water system that we continue to fine tune and get rid of anything that wasn't done totally right second time around to begin with. So this is just one of those moments, I think, that illustrates the services that the city government can do. The other thing is the lesson that burning the school down taught everybody, gee, maybe we should get some water system in this town so we don't have this continued to happen and we burn other buildings and stuff down. So this was the kind of the bright spot that really made Batavia have a water system, was burning the school down in 1893.
Well, thank you. And you mentioned Jeremy. I would like to say he's been hugely involved in all the map development and maintaining those and getting that to be public facing as well. So big thanks to him.
We've left future generations with all the information
Yeah.
that they need to find the pipes and know where they're at, and
Yes, it's there.
the quality of the water, the whole
it.
show.
Anybody else have any questions or comments?
I'd like to add something. You did a great presentation. Thank you to Emily, Steve, Tom, our RE that's been out there. Emily mentioned lots of different departments within the city, not only Public Works, with the maps, working heavily with GIS, IT, to get out there. Within our own Public Works, all the hydro excavating, sharing resources that we have with our teams, and I know there's different conflicts that they've run across and had to work together. All the permits that had to be processed individually with help of community development. Jeremy is phenomenal, and he's doing a great job. This is his vision, and he does not like public speaking. We're going to work on that. But, you know, he is, I think, the brain power behind this with Steve. I know they've been working on this since the get-go. And everybody that goes around hears about how great and how lucky we are to have gotten so far, especially with, and finance. How can I forget finance? We don't get loans without working with Peggy and the whole finance team and processing all these invoices, and it's a huge chunk. So just wanted a shout out to everybody that's been involved. It started with one person, and those maps are phenomenal. I was kind of joking with Steve when we got that letter that was at the end about reducing the amount of visits. Jeremy had to question it. He was like, is this for real? You know how much work that cuts out? Because our administrative staff, Tracy and Lisa, have been phenomenal coordinating that, setting the test sites, calling all the residents to get into the house once, twice, 3 times, just depending on where they are to get in there. So it's been a monumental lift. So I want you guys to know there's a lot of moving parts in the background too, as you saw tonight. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think with everything, everybody that was involved with it, you have to remember that we need to reinforce with our constituents that the millions of dollars that got saved by doing this up front. There are cities very close to us that are already petitioning to have those dates pushed back because they're not even ready to put their plan out there in 27 to do some of this. So we are so far ahead of that. And as we know with everything else we talk about, the costs just keep going up.
Yeah.
And to be able to do this with grant money, basically somebody else's tax money, and all of the money that we've got that we don't have to pay interest on, that's millions of dollars that the ratepayers don't have to pay those loans back when they're $4 million or $5 million, not $8 million or $10 million in another 10 or 15 years for a city our size to do that. So to me, that's the biggest takeaway from this. All the other things, this is probably the cleanest project I think I've ever seen in the 20-plus years I've been on city council. We just don't get feedback that's bad. If there's something wrong, it gets taken care of immediately, and people get their water back on same day. So, I mean, that's just, to me, the scale of it, and you look at all those dots around town that all got done and that are being finished, and I can think of like 2 problems, and that was just yards, restoration afterwards. It wasn't anything to do with the actual repairs and the replacements. It was, didn't look good enough for somebody, or it didn't happen fast enough because the grass didn't grow because it dried out. Whatever it might be, they were tiny little projects out of that entire, 1,000 that are being replaced. I can think of maybe 4 or 5. That's it. So great
thank you.
project.
Yeah, and I sort of touched on it, but just to elaborate a bit to your point, the funding, you guys were able to get that guaranteed funding on the list. Nowadays, we're seeing much more competition where there's communities that aren't making the guaranteed funding, and they're really trying to push for that bypass. But, you're not guaranteed that, so you guys were able to lock that in right away, which is really great.
And like you said, the inflation as well. The competition, there's more communities doing more projects, and there's not a lot more contractors doing the work. That just means that the prices are going up for the work that is going to be done moving into the future. You're all being bludgeoned with positive news here. I'm an engineer, so I'm a natural skeptic, and I'm always like, all right, what's the catch? This is one of those rare projects. We don't see this. There is no catch. It really is all positive. It's amazing due to the proactive efforts of the city and staff and everybody involved that this has been just a resounding success, this entire program. So kudos to all of you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, now we'll move to item 6.2, which is proposed baseball, softball training field for a facility at 1485 Lewis Bork Drive. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes, we have 2 ordinances before you this evening. Eric Breesacker is looking to put a baseball and softball training facility at 1485 Lewis Bork Drive in a space that was previously occupied by Grass Tree Service. Eric is in part needs to, or is requesting, and was before you, is to amend the zoning code to allow the use as a indoor entertainment recreation indoor in the general industrial district. We currently don't have that use category in this zoning district. What was proposed before the Plan Commission would be to make that a conditional use in the GI district, as well as establish some criteria for the use generally in the LI and GI district to better regulate that. And some of those regulations would be that basically one of this type of use would be allowed in a multi-tenant building or no more than 30% in a building. And it would also establish some limitations for the small scale uses. We have small scale and large scale in the code, so that those uses would be more limited on like tournament type activity and things like that. What's being proposed by the applicant here would be more direct training with individuals, basically student aged athletes, usually either kind of small groups or one-on-one with those students, with the applicant indicating about up to 12 or 13 students in the largest groups. So the Plan Commission did find that the proposed changes to the zoning code were appropriate and that the conditional use standards for this particular use in this location were met by the applicant. So they did recommend approval for the items that are in the ordinance packages before you this evening. And the applicant, I should say, is the applicant is here present in case you have any questions for him about the business.
Any questions? Beck, did you have anything on this? Okay.
It's a nice looking layout on the diagram.
I'd say my only note is that I think it's a shame the location is a bit far away from folks who might use it, but I'm more than happy to allow this because I think it would be a nice amenity in the area.
It's a comment based on Dustin's comment. As a baseball, softball family, so excited because I travel to St. Charles and it's not far, but it is farther. So I'm very excited that we're going to have something here. I know a lot of families are excited about it. So thank you.
Don't have. Okay, I guess I will make a motion that we, let's see, we'll do the ordinance 2026-24, amending the zoning code for the city code.
Second.
Motion by Wolf, second by Solfa. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Question?
I was just curious if the applicant wanted to speak since they were here.
Give me You say at the next council meeting, when we approve this, would be a good time to come back and go through everything that your site will have to offer, website, email address, phone number, all this
Sure,
stuff.
yeah, there's still a lot of moving pieces, right, with it at this point, and trying to get all our ducks in a row, this being one of them. So, again, happy to answer any questions you have, but.
Well, we are a big baseball town. I mean, some would say football, but some of us would say baseball. So we welcome you here.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay. Next. The next one would be 2026-025, which is the conditional use for the recreation indoor small scale user. Make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Wolf, second by Solfa. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And that'll go to the next council meeting.
Yes, it'll be on the next council meeting. We can put it on consent or regular agenda. So,
Want to talk about it? I think we should. I think it's
Put it on regular.
something we could talk about.
Okay.
Talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah, you can
Promote.
Okay. All right, then we move on to 6.3, which is approval of America 250 mural project, the public art initiative. So we have representatives coming up. Good evening, Bonnie.
Oh, okay, I'm not well versed in this. How do I plug in a USB?
Tech support.
Max is coming to the rescue.
Thank you, Max.
Go gadget.
Sorry, it was hot off the press.
Yes.
Work duties.
Hot off the press, straight from our artist. Hello, I'm Bonnie Baumgartner. This is my partner, Sabrina Martin. We are both from Water Street Studios, the Public Art Initiative. We come here once or so every year, so it's nice to see everybody again. We're here tonight to get your approval for the upcoming design on behalf of Water Street Studios. That's going to go on the westward facing wall just outside of City Hall here. You can see the mock-up here. This did come from our artist. He had AI assistance because I'm telling you, he turned this around in less than 48 hours based on our revisions we gave him. So, yeah. So this is a chance for you to get a preliminary view of it, and there's still a few more edits coming his way to be made, but it's a pretty good outline. This mural is Batavia's Contributions to America. It's in honor of America's 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. We were lucky recipients, I believe one of 22 in the entire state of Illinois that was invited to apply for a grant with Illinois Arts Council. They awarded us $15,000 to execute this project. So this is not costing anyone any money. This is all coming from that grant. We're very honored and excited about the project. We had an open call where we solicited experienced mural artists to submit their proposals. There was about 8 applicants, all of which that were very, very talented. I think anyone here would have been happy with what they put forth. The committee juried and ultimately decided Marty Ganesh. He is actually a Batavia local. He graduated from Batavia High School. He now lives out in Amboy. He put together this presentation that kind of highlights. Oh, and he was one of the artists for the Art of the Fox murals. He's the large-scale close-up of the Great Blue Heron.
That's his painting style.
Yes. So he is a professional muralist. He is a very talented painter. We do have his portfolio at the end of this. But this presentation or his proposal puts forth kind of frames of some important historical elements that are unique to Batavia that help shape the country. So the first pane is a nod to the westward settlement and the wagon production that actually happened in this building back in 1840s, 50s. I have notes, but I will reference because I do not recall. 1854, the Newton Wagon Company. The second one is a nod to the quarry production. A lot of that quarry that came right out of our local quarries ended up rebuilding Chicago after the Great Fire in 1871. And then the third window bay will highlight our Norwegian and Swedish heritage and an homage to the immigrants that came to Batavia after the Great Fire. The fourth pane is a nod to the marketing and cosmetics. There was a particular Italian balm that became a nationwide staple for about 2 decades, and also a fun story about American marketing that came out of our area. After that, there is one for the 1967 DK Aerospace Company that was right here in Batavia that helped manufacture tubing used in the Saturn V rocket that was a part of Apollo 11 and the moon landing in 1969. Buzz Aldrin's mother-in-law actually also lived in Batavia for a brief part of her childhood. And then the last pane is for Fermilab and all the historical achievements that come out of there and continue to come out of there. So together, that is how they will be presented on the wall. We're envisioning a plaque that will lead you to a website that has a lot of information. So this won't only be a beautiful mural, it'll also be very educational and kind of highlight some of the lesser known historical facts about Batavia and how we shaped the country. This is the artist and their portfolio, so you can see how it looks when it's actually executed. And our timeline, this is when we're right in the window of the designs being finalized. We hope to have the artist paint. They're going to be installed as panels that get mounted inside those window bays so they could be removed if need be. He is going to prime and paint the frames as well, so it'll look kind of like a framed piece of artwork. And that we're looking to do the panel installation between August 17th and the 21st and host a community reveal celebration on August 29th. That's a little bit about the installation method, but I probably don't need to read to you. Does anyone have any questions, or if you have any feedback? We will be meeting as a committee next Friday to do kind of the last tweaking to the murals. Dustin?
I was just going to ask for clarification. The designs given so far are just kind of mock-ups of what the final design will be. I do like the theming for sure.
This is pretty accurate. There's just brief tweaks to do. We want to address a little bit of diversity, maybe tie in a couple of elements, like the blueprint on the for the, I don't know, Space Landing one, to maybe make that more accurate to what he was actually designing, things like that. So you're looking at a pretty accurate representation.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all for this. This is a great idea. I've been telling the council the last couple of months here, I've gotten several requests from other cities wanting to bring the mayor and people from their town. The latest standing in line are LaGrange and Western Springs are wanting to come. I've already had Highland Park in here, and they want to come back with another group of people. And they're all very interested in what we are doing with downtown Batavia, and specifically old buildings in downtown Batavia. And I guess the question I have, will each one of the signs have some way to describe for anybody who's here looking at it what it's supposed to represent? Or is there going to be a brochure? Are there going to be little signs on adjacent to it? Or how are we going to do that?
We were envisioning a plaque, but we could also look at some sort of QR code or something for each bay that could really draw up a story for each unique window. I'm totally open to that. I think the history of this is so cool. I didn't know a lot of these facts beforehand, so I'd love to make it really easy for people to be able to research it and understand what they're looking at. For sure, at a minimum, like how there is on the back side of this wall, there would be a larger scale sign that would have a QR code to direct them to where they could read and learn more about it. But we could explore doing something where each pane has it.
Our town and this landing on the moon thing is really very big and very influential with a lot of different people. And as you see, we've started putting some stuff in that back closet or room or showcase back there. And, that Buzz Aldrin's mother was the daughter of the Methodist minister in Batavia from 1916 to 1920. And then we also had the fuel line that was used in the rocket that landed on the moon for the first time was made by Dunbar Capital Aerospace in this room. This was their laboratory, and the big door there was the overhead door that they used to be able to drive trucks in and get stuff in here. And when the astronauts came back from that experience, they wrote a book called First on the Moon. And in that book, they openly say that flexible fuel lines that were in the rocket were made in Batavia, Illinois. They don't say in this room, but this is where they were made. So we have the ability to probably do some more beyond the murals to kind of let people come in and see the room we're in and the stuff that's happened here, because we really have some history that everybody wishes they had, and the whole windmill story was something that really kind of settled the West, and we were right at, 1830s, 40s, we were right on the edge of the American frontier, and we had river going through town so they could use water power to make windmills. And that's where the whole windmill industry came. And then in the early 1930s or 40s, when we started electrifying America, we didn't need the windmills anymore. So that kind of went away. But we've got some very interesting history here that I think we really owe it to future generations to share of stuff that Batavia can take great pride in.
With regard to the plaque, I don't know if you were aware, but the city partnered with the library and the Park District to create Discover Historic Batavia plaques around town. And there are 20 of them. And perhaps with council's approval of a budget for it, this could be the 21st plaque to have there. And then it would be, of a similar design as all the rest of them. So I'm seeing a lot of nods like, yeah, let's do that.
It makes sense, and then to have the QR code so that,
Right.
When you're standing there and looking at it, you can click on that and then read all the information.
Yes, there's a website that goes along with Discover Historic Batavia where we could include all of that information.
Thank you. I think it's another great public art thing that Batavia has that nobody else does.
Appreciate your support, and we'll be back at council next week. So,
All right.
So week.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you do.
I'll make a motion that we approve the America 250 mural project, part of the Public Art Initiative.
Second.
Motion by Wolf, second by Lancy. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Got anything to say about it, Jim?
No, looks fantastic.
Thank you. All right, now we'll move on to 6.4, which is discussion on the Memorial Street sign policy. Who's got this?
I can just kind of set the table. I received an email requesting that we post memorial signs similar to what are done for downtown streets in downtown Chicago, the brown signs, this is memorial name, way, whatever, to honor an individual who was a beloved teacher in our community who unfortunately was involved in a tragic and fatal car accident earlier this year. And so I wanted to bring the discussion to all of you. Certainly, these things we have had some tragic losses to our community in the near past and probably won't be the last time, but it's not something that we have done in the past, so I just wanted to bring the discussion to you.
Well, we have kind of done it already out on Redant Road with the
John Kennedy, who was an employee.
And the person we're talking about honoring is truly beloved in this town. I've had probably 9 or 10 people suggest this same idea to me, so there's kind of a movement out there. But I mean, when you've got somebody like her that has the background she is, future generations will say, who is that person? And there'll be this real nice story to tell about her work in the Batavia schools in the classroom and how she inspired kids. And so, I mean, it's great local news, history, and gives Batavia a place to be very proud of, that we have people like this who lived in our town and made it a better place for us all to live in.
Did you get a new request or an additional? We talked about this maybe 2 months ago. Okay, just making sure I'm not losing it.
No, I brought it up under project status, I believe, and then there was a direction from council to have it put onto an agenda for discussion so that if there were members of the community that wanted to participate, they could.
Yeah, I think for me, it's fairly straightforward. I think Laura, you brought up some valuable caution in that fact that, unfortunately, we have numerous tragedies that have popped up, and God forbid one happens in the same location or something, and who do you pick, and all this. And I understand that. That's why I think for me, it's simply we bring it to council. And if folks, if a quorum wants to make that decision, I think we have the power to do that. And we have a discussion around each individual. I mean, hopefully we don't have many of these, right? That's the goal. But I think if they do pop up and there is, kind of an outpouring from the community and kind of a general sense that this might be the right thing to do, I think we have a discussion about it. And if we all determine that that's the right thing, then we move forward from there. But I don't know that we need maybe we give some future council some direction just for clarity and we dive into it that way. But, I'm not necessarily opposed to it in any means to say no. We wouldn't do that for anybody.
I apologize, this is Jim, and unfortunately I can't raise my hand. I have unusual experience with this. My grandfather was a committeeman in Chicago, and they did this same thing for him once he passed on Lincoln Avenue in Chicago. And the one part I was not ready for is these memorial plaques have a time limit. The time limit is either practical, meaning too many people have been nominated for a certain street, or quite frankly, people kind of forget who that person is. So just keep in mind, these memorial plaques aren't necessarily permanent in practicality. Just an FYI. Although it was very nice to go to the initial mounting ceremony for his plaque on the street. It just wasn't there 20 years later. FYI.
Alderman Solfa?
So I think that there's some differences in terms of, what we're thinking about here. Now, in terms of, as Alderman Lancey brought up, traffic accident things, you see these memorials all over the place all the time. I don't know if we really want to set a precedent where we're going to have making a place where somebody died as a memorial way now, and that, because then everybody who ever has an accident is going to say their person's important, which they all are to their own people. But how are we going to differentiate? The situation with Kennedy was not necessarily that he died on a road. He was just a longtime city employee, and that's more of a situation that's similar to Chicago, where they named streets after people who have significant impacts on the city or culture, whatever the case may be, sports. There's a street named by Wrigley Field. So I think those are kind of more the appropriate type of these brown sign Memorial Way plaques. This would seem to be more of a situation where, understanding that she was a beloved teacher and very well thought of by many members, this could be something where there could be a tree planted with a plaque at the school. Or if you want to name the parking lot at the school after her, something like that. I think that would be more appropriate for the area of the impact that the individual may have had. And some of you may or may not know the reason why we got the Kennedy sign there is because that's where he exited out every day to leave, to come and go from work. And so that was kind of like for everybody leaving there who worked with him forever, they could see when you're going out for the route in the morning, you see John's name again. So I think that there's a differentiation here in terms of what we're talking about, and in different ways where something like this could be memorialized. I just don't think we need to start naming streets after streets where people died after people. You already see all these crosses and they're very distracting on roads, but I do think an appropriate thing would be maybe, like I said, a bench or a plaque with a tree or something at the school where this particular individual was. That way, it can be more individualized, and it can be more focused on an area where the individual may have had an impact. That could also be something, for instance, let's say sometime in the future, somebody who's been intimately involved in Batavia youth baseball retires after, I don't even know, however many years, and they want to name a field after that person. That's a way to do an in memoriam, or a kind of a way to thank somebody or to commemorate somebody in terms of their achievements or what they did. I'm just very wary about saying that we're going to start naming streets after people because they died on that road.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing here a little bit with Alderman Lancey and Solfa. First, I want to separate sort of the individual case from the policy case, right? From kind of where I think I'm at, I don't know if I would want us to have a policy on it so much as these things come up, if the community wants to organically create the movement to do something like that, I would welcome hearing them, right? So if they came with a large petition and made the case to us, I think I would be inclined, and I think I would encourage the council to hear them, listen, and then if they really make the case, then we can do it. And that will provide the community the opportunity to choose. Would it be a tree? Would it be a sign? Would it be, whatever else? The people who really knew these folks would get the opportunity to come and make the case to us. And I'm trying to think of the delicate way to put this, but that would sort of organically bring out the folks who have had big impact and have really touched our town. Those would become motivated, as opposed to, folks who are loved and dear, who maybe pass, but, may not have that same impact that we'd want to honor. Because we, again, I think I said this last time, unfortunately, Fabian and 31 might have a list, kind of down to the street, because we do have some dangerous spots and we've had some terrible things, and that's a hard thing to navigate, right? To tell a family that, I'm sorry, there's too many people who have died here, yours was one too many, right? And I don't want to be, not that I don't want to be in that position, but I don't think that's a position we want to put them in either, right? So I think I would, again, just to summarize, I think finding an organic way to have the community lead this, right? Have the folks from the community come to us and ask for something is the better way to do it, rather than us be the ones who have something set that we decide to put into place.
Paper?
I apologize, this is Jim again, and I'll go offline in 1 second. Just based on my experience, it was awesome to get the first memorial, but this, when to Alderman Malone's point, when you do a street, it's not permanent because there may be another event happening there that their name goes up there. And it's very weird to go back to go to a street that was originally named for, in my case, for my grandfather, and his name's gone and somebody else's name is there. So if the expectation is we want to permanently memorialize this person, I think a more permanent avenue is the way to go. So and that's just based on my personal experience.
I was going to ask some of the people who've asked for this, have they specified a street versus other options? And did they have a reason for that?
I only had one person reach out to me, and they suggested some length of McKee Street, which would be the intersection where this event happened. You know, I would point to maybe an example of this that goes to what Alderperson Sofa and Lancy are talking about. I believe his name was Michael Healy, the musician. His friends and family members got together, and there's a beautiful rock and plaque that are at the Peg Bond Center where he would play to hundreds and maybe 1,000 people, his music. And that would be kind of that example of it being in the place that is a remembrance of the individual, a happy remembrance of the individual, Michael Eaton.
Yeah, I want to say what I think is, I think it's fine to try to memorialize somebody. I don't think we should consider doing it where a tragedy occurred. I mean, if we want to name a street, a block in front of the school where she taught for 20 years, I can understand that. I don't think we need to get into the business of dropping a memorial alongside the road where somebody lost their life. And that's the one I don't think that we want to do. I think it's fine if we decide for whatever reason or wherever we do it, that there can be a memorial for somebody with a story about why they were important to this community. Because I think that's the things that people want to remember. Alderman Malone?
Yeah, and I guess the last thing I'd say on this, just from a policy perspective, a thought that I would have is that if community members came to council and spoke to us and had a concrete idea in mind, I would feel comfortable allowing staff to work with them on sort of the feasibility and the actual location, like can they put it on city property or does it need to be in the right of way? Like empower staff to work with them if they were to come to us on something like that, as opposed to us saying it can be a street or it can be a tree or it can be a rock, right? I would rather say, yes, we give you our blessing, go work with staff to make sure that it's safe and appropriate and ABCD, I think.
I think that's kind of what happened with the memorial that Laura just referenced out there. They worked with the park district, said, can we place this here? And then, they funded it, to my understanding.
Yes.
Yeah, it was all privately funded, so.
Make a lot of sense.
Once they got permission from the park district, it's real nice. I mean, it's right there, right in front of the stage,
Good model.
If I could just add something. Just to counter your point, Kevin, how would you feel as a council having somebody come in front of you and present it and us not being supportive of that? And having to tell these people no?
Yeah, I struggle to find, that would suck, to answer your question directly, but I struggle to see an example where that may occur, right? Because I think what we would say is this is a great idea, please, we will have, Scott work with you or Andrea work with you to, find a way to execute it appropriately. I take your point, but I feel like we could navigate that.
I think the Park District has done a really good job at memorializing people in different parts and offering that to people. I know in Parks by my house, we have benches. I have a personal friend who passed away with cancer. I walk past her tree and her bench all the time that her family put together on the Park District. And I think that, it just adds to our parks and everything like that.
And I think I'm advocating for that. I think I'm agreeing
Or
with
for
you.
schools, but this example, maybe a bench in front of a school. And there's one in front of JB Nelson that might.
Rigo,
Yeah.
the secretary,
You remember.
passed away. That was
Yeah,
hard.
Yeah.
But that meant a lot to the students being able to go out and see that.
And I know that the Park District has, I believe, like a menu of this is what a bench costs, this is what this costs, this is what this cost. Maybe the school district has a similar menu. That's something that we could put together and formalize because we have benches, we have trees, we have things, and just follow their same model and just have it available.
I don't know if I want to be by the wastewater treatment plant, though.
Yeah, point of,
I mean, I'm trying to think of properties that we have where people are like, let's go and memorialize somebody. I'd rather from a park, but.
While the ideas here seem to be moving more towards benches or similar idea, I do also like the idea of the school where she worked being the street that it'd be named for. I think that would be a more joyous celebration of that life. So I'd be in favor of any of these as an option. I think there have been a lot of good points made here, but I did want to comment on that as well as being a good compromise solution.
Those types of things, the school could even do that themselves by just
Yeah.
having the sign going in the parking lot.
That's
You're
very
not-
true.
You're not even changing around a street that's part of the city. It's just, this is the parking lot named after whoever. Here's the, they got the turnarounds, whatever the case may be.
Well,
The school can handle that on their own without the city having to rename or put a street up there.
I mean,
because then we'd have the situation that we're talking about
10 people wanting to
10
be on the
people
same
wanting to
spot.
be on the
Right,
same
right.
spot and everything. So that's why
That's
that's
fair.
where we should avoid those things.
Let's hope not.
I guess I'm confused now, right? I thought we had been kind of coalescing around not having a policy and sort of addressing these as they come up, though now I'm hearing maybe we have a menu or maybe we have a policy of not doing anything and saying this go to the school district or go to the park district. I think I just lost the thread. What are we
understood
coalescing
it to
around?
mean that the park district has, if you want to put a memorial bench someplace, this is what it will cost you, and here are the parameters of doing it and how you contact us to request it. Again, fair point taken that they're the ones with a lot of land because they have all of the open park space, and ours is more a purpose for having one of our buildings there. So probably the request would be limited, but I still think it's a nice idea.
They have
But
a process, they have,
Right.
they have something we can look
Maybe
at.
have staff find out what those two things are from the school district and park district, because they're the two that I can think of right off the bat that have a lot of memorial benches, trees, whatever, plaques and
into
stuff
that.
around. Maybe bring that back and then we can decide, do we really want to go down that road or we just wait and take the one or two that happen?
The schools might not even have a formal thing like the park district. It might just be school by school, I mean, I don't know.
Okay, are we done with that one? Okay, now we'll move on to 6.5, interviews for candidates for the Integrated Resource Plan Task Force.
Question for you. Ordinarily, when we have the interviews for the vacancies on city council, we interview people one by one, but have the rest of the candidates sit outside while we interview.
Do we get that other room open?
Yes.
Okay. I believe so.
I think that's the best idea.
Yeah, I think that is a good idea. So why don't we take,
So do you want to announce who the first person we interviewed is? And then, Max, could you take them to the Appleton room?
There's a meeting in there right now.
Oh, there is a meeting in there right now. Okay,
okay,
sounds good.
right. Okay, we're going to start with Carrie Aschenbach, and then second up will be Steve McKenna.
And if all the other candidates would follow Max up to Wind Energy.
And then Max will be the gopher to run back and forth and
Yes.
get him. I don't know if he's got a long enough cord on his
Right?
It's office space
laptop.
right now. It's open for office space.
Dan, no texting the questions to her.
All right. Okay, Carrie, we'll start with you. I don't know if we want to go around here with the questions we have, or how we
Maybe
want
like
to
a
run that.
brief 1-minute introduction, and then just to kind of like get the nerves
Take a
out
deep
a little
breath.
bit. And
Relax.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
Carrie Aschenbach. I'm a
Yep. Go ahead and let us know about you first.
I'm a mechanical engineer. I worked at Fermilab for 8 years. I was in the utility department. So I think that makes me qualified to review and work on this task force. I managed the natural gas, but sat right with the electrical utility and manager and sat in on his supervisor reviews and things like that. So I can bring the engineering perspective. I can also bring the private. I also have had some experience in private industry. I work for consulting, engineering consulting firm right now, and worked for an original equipment manufacturer before Fermilab. I've also been a Batavia resident for 9 years. Love living here and hope to give back.
Okay. Okay. Is that all right? You want me to just answer the questions? I can do that.
Works for me.
Okay, we'll start it. We have basically some core interview questions for our resident applicants for this tonight. So first off is interest and motivation, is the heading. And why are you interested in serving on the IRP plan task force? Just basically give us a little bit of background on that question.
Again, I think I'm uniquely qualified. But I guess my personal motivation is that I've been in Batavia about 10 years and I've been looking for ways to get involved. So yeah, I was a member of Water Street Studios for a while, but now looking for more of a volunteer type thing.
Any follow up on that? Okay, our second area is understanding of the assignment. What do you believe is the role of the task force, and how is that different from the role of the city council?
Well, I think the task force is going to take direction from city council about what direction that we should take the interpretation and what exactly the task is. I read the city's energy policy, and I think every other sentence referred to the greenest community or greenest community. And I know that was mentioned once in the IRP draft, but it wasn't as prominent. And reading through the community survey, I kind of understood why that was. And having worked at Fermilab and seeing the change in tax incentives and political environment, I've seen why that is. But I think it's city council's job to interpret all that. And it would be the task force job to really dig into the details of the report and decide, what we can do with it.
And make sure I read these right. 3 would be relevant experience, other than what you've already described. Tell us about your experience that you have that may help you contribute to this task force, such as experience with energy, engineering, environmental issues, economics, finance, data analysis, public policy, or community organizations.
Of course, you already told us some stuff.
Yeah, you got about half of those.
Additional,
Let's see, anything additional? I guess I was head of the resilience team at Fermilab. One of my direct reports was the energy manager, and she procured electricity for Fermilab, as well as we put together electrification studies for the campus.
Up next is analyzing complex information. The draft IRP contains technical and financial information. Describe a time when you had to learn and evaluate a complex subject before making a recommendation or decision.
I'd say that's what an engineer does. something, I guess, I was able to read, through the entire IRP draft, and a lot of the language was familiar to me because of my background. But I guess another example would be that my new engineering consulting job is in primarily in engineering consulting for nuclear power plants. So learning how a power plant works and what all the safety systems, how they all work together. I've been learning all of that in the last 6 months.
5 is objectivity. The task force may include members with differing views on energy resources, environmental goals, costs, and reliability. How would you approach reviewing information that challenges your own assumptions or opinions?
Sure. I guess one example would be from the report itself. It gave the most effective demand response solution as being the smart thermostats. But the amount of money that was saved was so small compared to the total budget of the electrical department. I was very surprised by that, and so would be skeptical of spending much money to push that forward, even though, obviously I have a smart thermostat at home.
Next would be building consensus. The charter states that the task force will operate by consensus whenever possible. Describe a situation where you helped a group reach agreement on a difficult issue.
Interesting. I would say, reach consensus. I think my mother's 70th birthday party, but I don't think that's what we're talking about.
It counts.
It
doesn't have to be technical. Sometimes people to reach a consensus.
Yeah.
Right.
The family ones are the hardest.
I suppose when I had my kid in daycare, we were hiring a new teacher and working to get through the interviews and approve one that everybody agreed on. Working through being patient with everyone, having their say and understanding that, and also having people disagree and being okay with that. I would say, I don't think that I don't see like persuading people as a strength. I see presenting people with my perspective and with the facts as separating my perspective from the facts and presenting those is as far as I like to go, and allowing people to have their opinions. And that's kind of the hard part of government work, is consensus isn't always yours.
Leads us right into number 7, which is handling disagreements. If you strongly disagreed with the majority of the task force on an issue, how would you handle that situation?
Again, the family peacekeeper, so I'm used to asking everyone to take a break and take time, and then again presenting with facts and then my perspective on top of it, and then allowing the consensus to be what it is.
Okay. Number 8 would be communicating with the public. One responsibility of the task force is to help make the IRP understandable to the public. How would you explain complicated technical issue to residents who have little background in energy planning?
I have a very patient neighbor who has a high school education who will let me talk to him for a long time so I can try things out on him. I think the IRP was a good example of making things understandable. Maybe the length would be my only issue with it. again, yeah, putting more pictures and more graphs so that you're describing things in multiple ways and not just with words, I think is important.
And then number 9 is commitment and availability. The task force is expected to meet at least twice per month for approximately 4 months, with preparation required between meetings. Are you able to commit to that schedule and the required reading and preparation?
Yep.
Sounds like you had to do that a few times before. And then number 10 is open meetings and transparency. The task force will operate under the Illinois Opens Meetings Act and Freedom of Information requirements. What does transparency and public service mean to you?
Was that transparency in public service or transparency?
Yes, in public service.
I think having public meetings like you have where anyone can come, whether or not they do, is very important. I think all the information that Batavia puts on their website is a huge part of transparency, and that Batavia leads in that as an example. Yeah, I guess just the personal accountability, being able to write down what you said and stand by it.
Anybody have any follow-up questions?
If I can just ask a follow-up question,
You can ask
Okay.
whatever you want.
Quick follow-up. In terms of the committee itself, do you think you're going to be able to separate the analysis of the IRP as opposed to being an advocate for certain positions or views that you have?
Yeah, I think so.
And then, what we're really looking for are people who are able to, comb through that IRP and really kind of figure out what it all means, and then be advisory towards us, because we're the ones that are going to make the decision. Do you think that's something that you'd be able to work with other people to be able to do, to provide somebody like me who purposefully did not take any science classes or math classes in college, understand exactly what's going on with the IRP and be in an advisory role without necessarily advocating for anything, but just saying, this is what you guys need to know, this is what all this means. Do you think you can do that?
Yes, I think so.
Anybody else?
I just want to say I appreciate that you've already read through our energy policy and you're already comparing it in your mind to the IRP and thinking through that. So, because I think to Alderperson Solfa's point, we're looking for an IRP that aligns with our energy policy. And so having a task force that brings that forward to us.
Lance?
Yeah, I would just say, you don't feel that there's any, with your recent engineering consulting job, there's no conflict of interest in terms of one particular, solution that you guys tend to go with at that firm, and because you're more comfortable with that or whatever. And I don't know exactly what you do.
No, it's like utilities and facilities for nuclear power plants. It's, nothing awesome. That'd be a conflict of interest.
Great. Else? Thank you. And we're going to let them stay in the room for the next ones, or do we want them all to
Do you
go
want me to
back
grab
up
the
there?
next person?
Yes, if you, well, she needs a badge to get up.
Yeah.
Can you? Thank you, Wendy.
Wendy will help you get
Yes.
through there. Steve McKenna is next, and then Susan Russo will be after that.
While we're waiting real quick, I was just thinking on question 9, that's kind of a yes, no. Is there a way to reframe that in just more of how?
That's the only thing. I don't know if they
Yeah,
really know about
I
how much
guess,
time it
like,
takes. I mean, maybe
yeah,
it'll be
are you
holy
able to
cow,
navigate your
I'm
time, or
done.
how?
Yeah, and I think that
Do you see anything getting in the way from you being able to serve the 2 to 3 days?
Yeah, right, do you call the waiver? Yeah, I don't know, is there anything that might get in the way of your commitment?
Right.
Yeah, that might be a better question. Good suggestion.
What? You can grab a chair if you need to. That's all good.
Good.
All right. We're missing one. We're missing two. Give us just a second to let the two get back in the room. Bob's doing what I want to do.
Yeah. They got a thing at these meetings. We're sitting here for hours and hours. We should like have 3-minute stretch time once per hour.
We'll call it the wolf rule.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Calisthenics.
Sit in the corner and just go.
Yes.
Please don't be any more people.
I learned, I think my house had the first copper pipes put in.
Really?
I was looking at the map and then the 1955
No, it makes sense.
zoning change or ordinance change, that's when the house was built.
I
So
like what
I
you
go,
said.
just made the cut. Well, I was starting to feel left out, but I think,
Wait till my daughter's 1923 house gets the new service. And hers getting new water main out of the backyard to the front yard. Because it's been in the backyard since 1923. It's been in the house 2 different places too. So it's going to be fun when they figure that, where it's going. Okay, just Alice.
Alice indicated to me that we could start without her.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start one short.
All right.
All right. We'll give you a minute. So just give us a background of why you decided to do this.
Sure. So 35-year citizen of Batavia, active in various functions and entities along the way, Parks Foundation, Riverwalk, et cetera, et cetera. Love the town. And I was reading the description of this opportunity, and it seemed quite intriguing to me. I've got a background in forecasting, economics, managing large networks and the like. So it kind of resonated with me as something that I think I have a skill that I could bring to that group to add to it and contribute. I've always had an interest in natural resources and et cetera, and I think that has a carryover effect on some of these decisions.
Okay. So we've got 10 questions for you. We'll start off with one in that's interest and motivation. Why are you interested in serving on the Integrated Resource Plan Task Force?
Again, reading the description of it, I felt that I've got a skill that can contribute to the discussion and contribute to the decision-making with that. I have an interest in natural resources, and I think this particular topic has a pretty big overlap effect there. And I'd like to be part of the opportunity to be part of the forward, far-reaching planning for the town. I think is pretty intriguing to me.
Second is understanding the assignment. What do you believe is the role of the task force, and how is that different from the role of the city council?
Yeah, the task force is an opportunity for interested people from the community and elements as described in the makeup of the group to come together and have open debates and discussions and learnings about the topic, provide some feedback, significant feedback to the council and the other elements of the city government. Obviously, the city council makes the decisions on behalf of the citizens, but the opportunity to participate in a group that can give some different perspectives and different insights to the city council on the matters, I think is an important element.
Okay. Relevant experience. Tell us about any experience that you have that may help you contribute to this task force, such as experience with energy, engineering, environmental issues, economics, finance, data analysis, public policy, or community organizations.
Sure, yeah. So again, professionally, I'm an economics person of data-driven marketing, So I've got that background to bring the math to the equation. Because I'm interested in the numbers of things, it usually helps me stay focused and logical on decision processing. In addition to that, I've got a number of community leadership experiences with the Batavia Parks Foundation, with the Riverwalk project that lasted 8 years, and Scouts, church, those types of things. So I've got a community-minded interest as part of me as well to contribute to the community, and that's important to me. I don't have a professional background in environmental issues. I have a strong personal interest in environmental issues, and whether it's participating in the outdoors or being interested in economic-related issues with the environment in the local community to make sure that we are building something that will be here for generations. So I think that those are probably the high points.
Next is analyzing complex information. The draft IRP contains technical and financial information. Describe a time when you had to learn and evaluate a complex subject before making a recommendation or decision.
Yeah, certainly in the business world, we're constantly evaluating capital projects from a return on investment for the business. Oftentimes in my current role, we are recruiting new businesses to align with my company, and oftentimes that requires us to help invest in them. So we have to understand their financials. We have to understand how we're going to get our money back from that investment, and how we're going to help them succeed. So a variety of financial ROI, accounting, financial planning and analysis work across a variety of a lot of business opportunities.
Okay. Objectivity. The task force may include members with differing views on energy resources, environmental goals, costs, and reliability. How would you approach reviewing information that challenges your own assumptions or opinions?
Yeah, I think it's good to have passion and interest and formed opinions, but that's what you bring. You need to be part of the team, part of the community to help ultimately come up with a right result. So I am always open to ideas of others along the way, and I think that's just part of the process and part of the value of having a task force together that's diverse in ideas and open to debate around those things.
Building consensus. The charter states that the task force will operate by consensus whenever possible. Describe a situation where you helped a group reach agreement on a difficult issue.
Yeah, I just had one actually. In our industry, the moving and storage industry, we have a foundation that was established years ago, but we've evolved our organization now that we're part of the American Trucking Association world, and they didn't want to manage our foundation anymore. So with a board having to navigate, where we're going to go with that, being cognizant of the varied ideas, trying to limit showing my opinion too often, trying to navigate the facts through the process to ultimately come up with the right decision to move forward. And we made a decision and we've kicked off the transition process and it's going quite well. So if you're leading it and part of that inner group, you gotta balance your opinion and giving other people the time to voice their opinion in order to get to a consensus decision.
Handling disagreement. If you strongly disagreed with a majority of the task force on an issue, how would you handle that situation?
I am going to, be strong in my opinion, right? But at the end of the day, it is designed to drive a consensus, right? And maybe my passion on something will turn somebody's opinion a bit and we compromise on that particular issue. I think it's important to, if you're passionate about it, to live it out, but to the point where you then need to recognize, how do we move the project forward, or how do we move the idea forward?
Communicating with the public. One of the responsibilities of the task force is to help make the IRP understandable to the public. How would you explain complicated technical issue to residents who have little background in education or in energy planning?
Sure, yeah, that's a challenge, right? Because it is a complex topic. I think you have to, once you understand and have worked through the problem and got the direction of the solution that you want, you then need to turn it into a educational piece, right? You need to speak to the people that you need to educate on, and so it isn't a completely technical document. You need to tie in the elements to how people live their lives and what they observe in the community for that.
Commitment and availability. The task force is expected to meet at least twice per month for approximately 4 months, with preparation required between meetings. Are you able to commit to the schedule and the required reading and preparation?
Yeah, definitely the preparation. I do have a little bit of business travel, but I can, if I'm part of this task force, I'll make the time to meet the schedules.
Last question. Open meetings and transparency. The task force will operate under the Illinois Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information Act requirements. What does transparency and public service mean to you?
It's the heart and soul. So you need to, you can't be getting in the corner with a few people that can make a decision and not be transparent. I've observed that in the Park District, how they operate with the Parks Foundation. And sometimes the rules seemed a little silly, but they were really important to make sure that the citizens had your trust.
Does anybody have any follow-up questions?
Just kind of wrote it down a little bit.
You got it written down for me, yeah. So here's my main question I'm going to be asking everybody, so you're the second person now. And so, I mean, basically what we're looking at here is a situation where we need this task force to be able to analyze this IRP, tell us what it's all about, give us the information, without necessarily being an advocate for a certain position. You did mention that you have a strong personal interest in environmental issues. I don't really have any desire to know what your personal interest is one way or the other, because it doesn't matter to me necessarily.
Right.
I want you to be able to be a person who can analyze all the data and then provide us with that analysis so that we can then make the decision based upon all the good analysis that hopefully our task force is providing us without some kind of underlying advocacy motive. Are you able to do that?
Absolutely. The environmental interests are more recreational and being part of the community and living in the community. So data analysis is what I do. So that I can easily separate that.
And then also be able to explain it to people like me who does not have a math background or a science background or an engineering background, so that I can make an informed decision when it needs to be made.
Yeah, correct. And in my job is a lot of data analytics to come up with different approaches and things that we want to do for my van lines network. And then I have to turn around and explain that to a sales force, to an operations, to drivers, and the like. So you have to kind of meet people where they are.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you.
All right. Very good. Appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you.
Up next is Susan Russo, and then on deck is Patrick McVeigh.
Yeah.
Question, remind me, how many seats are we filling in this task force? Just two?
Just asking the same thing, Dustin. Thank you.
Two of the seven will be chosen.
Yeah.
It's for two.
Wasn't there like one community?
The final draft.
I thought there's also a community member from the industrial, I thought that, or from the top 10. That's the third
Out of these
one.
7, we're choosing 2.
It was 2 residents, and then the third one would be from,
Residents, industrial, BEC, 2 staff. Who's the 7th? No, we're not, we're the 8th.
I'm more concerned with questions and answers.
Definitely don't tell 3 if we're only doing 2.
How many people are interviewing?
6. One individual
7
was sick and could not attend tonight.
could not be here tonight. Jeremy Barrow.
Said he understands if the process would not allow him to interview. He was not well enough even to be on Zoom.
To pronounce their names. You have to go grab somebody before the meeting and say, "Oh, I see your name." Sure.
Okay.
You can
But
stand.
you have the same problem. I can't see any of you. There.
Yeah.
That's a little better.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. To start off with, we've given everybody just a quick opportunity to give an expression of why you want to be on the
Okay.
task force.
I have primarily 2 reasons. One being related to the statute that requires Batavia as a municipal utility to conduct an IRP. The statute is very readable. It is not full of legalese, but it also has very specific requirements in order to have a comprehensive IRP. And so my first reason for joining the task force would be to allow for the task force to take a look at that statute, look at the requirements, look at the draft IRP, look at, whatever subsequent draft IRP is presented, and to be able to better inform City Council as to the statute's requirements, how that IRP currently is drafted to meet those requirements, and then and what gaps, how could the IRP meet those requirements in a better way? So that's one thing that motivated me to apply. Maybe more importantly, though, is looking for a better energy future for Batavia. When I got involved in my energy advocacy, so many people would mention Prairie State Power Plant and bemoan the fact that Batavia had made the decision to get its energy for 50 years from Prairie State. And I always would try to turn the conversation away from what had been done to what could be done in the future. And I believe I've mentioned this to you as a council and many of you individually too. I very much don't want to dwell on the past. I want to look to the future. And I see this IRP as a mechanism for achieving that brighter future for Batavia in its energy. Now, yes, we do have a contract that cannot be broken. We do, for the foreseeable future, get most of our power from Prairie State, but through policies that encourage energy efficiency for buildings, policies that encourage electrification, policies that encourage a reduction in demand, opens the door, maybe not wide open, but it opens the door to those opportunities where we can have cleaner energy. And I see this IRP as a blueprint, albeit a first step, not a complete plan, not a complete itinerary of how to get there, but it's a first step in allowing Batavia to see some real, tangible opportunities to provide the city and its residents with a clean energy future. So that's my primary reason.
Second would be understanding the assignment. What do you believe is the role of the task force, and how is that different from the role of the city council?
Well, that's easy. Task force is going to be doing its work to study the IRP, analyze it, in terms of both what it's doing, how it's doing it, and what it may be missing, and then advising City Council as to what the task force members believe could be, should be done to change the trajectory of that IRP. Then obviously, City Council would take that information and those statements, those recommendations, those opinions, and then formulate a decision-making process to determine what direction would be given to Brattle to change, not change the IRP, move it in one direction or another. Because obviously the City Council has the requirement of following its policies and setting out its policies. But any decision it makes about what kind of direction Brattle should take this IRP in should be consistent with those policies. It's obviously your decision to make, but I think, as with anything, it doesn't hurt to hear the opinions and recommendations and suggestions of people like myself and like the others that you're interviewing here tonight who have even some practical experience in these matters to guide you in making those decisions.
Jump right into relevant experience. Tell us about any experience that you have that may help contribute to this task force, such as experience with energy, engineering, environmental issues, economics, finance, data analysis, public policy, or community organizations.
All right. Well, I am not an engineer. I am not a scientist. I am not a mathematician. And I would never profess to be any one of those things. I have a deep understanding and care about Batavia as a community and as a community that has a future. and a bright future, I believe, for its residents. You all know I was an attorney for 37 years. I have practical experience in developing policies and implementing policies. I've had experience being on a board. I was the president of the library board during the construction of the building on Batavia Avenue. I have also had experience as an attorney advising boards. So my understanding of how municipalities and municipal bodies work is quite deep.
Next would be analyzing complex information. The draft IRP contains technical and financial information. Describe a time when you had to learn and evaluate a complex subject before making a recommendation or decision.
I mean, I've done maybe not something on this scale and with, I'm trying to think, I'm not thinking of any particular one thing. Maybe during the construction of the library building, you know, we had to go through all kinds of engineering studies, both analyzing the old high school building, analyzing, you know, the financing that would be required to build a new building, understanding the construction of the building, being updated on all those sorts of things. So it's something that would be probably the closest thing to this type of project. I mean, I can tell you, I mean, I advised multiple clients on pretty complicated issues. But I would say probably the library building is the closest to this one.
Next is objectivity. The task force may include members with differing views on energy resources, environmental goals, costs, and reliability. How would you approach reviewing information that challenges your own assumptions or opinions?
Again, my experience as an attorney has always been to listen and weigh and debate and consider every person's opinion and position in the decision-making process. I don't see that as being any different here. There will be differences of opinion, I'm sure, but I think it's incumbent on any one of the persons on the task force, including staff members, including, you know, the other representatives, either from the business world or the BEC, to listen with open ears to everything that's going to be presented. And I don't see I don't see myself as having that problem because I have done that repeatedly in multiple, you know, situations in dealing with clients and opponents or adversaries of clients, negotiating contracts, things like that. I would be open to, you know, other ideas and, you know, hearing the pros and cons and making the best decision that would be required for the city of Batavia in this context.
Next would be building consensus. The charter states that the task force will operate by consensus whenever possible. Describe a situation where you helped a group reach agreement on a difficult issue.
I guess the other, again, I'll go back to the library. You know, that was a difficult decision to make for the library board. There were a lot of difficult decisions, especially as it related to the old high school building. And we would work to reach a consensus there. I think the other experience that I had, and I did mention it in my resume, I believe, was working on the Bridge Commission. And that was almost a 2-year task. And there were a good 15 to 20 people on that commission. And I worked with all of them in developing a comprehensive report that discussed the multiple potential crossings of the river for the city of Batavia. And that work was definitely a consensus document. I mean, it was 58 pages long. I was one of the people who was tasked with actually writing it. So I was involved in trying to take positions that each one of the commission members had with regard to the I can't even remember how many we had, 7, 8, 10 different types of bridge crossings. Everybody kind of had their preferences for which one they liked the best. So, it was partly my task, our task, to draft those in a way that honored the preferences of all the commission members, and at least presented everyone's position on each one of those crossings so that it was incorporated into this report that was done for the city and then presented to the city council back then.
Handling disagreements. If you strongly disagreed with a majority of the task force on an issue, how would you handle that situation?
I think you need to talk it through. I think if I strongly disagreed with somebody, I think I would try to understand why they're taking that position, try to understand if they're open to any kind of modification of it, try to understand why they don't see things the way I did, and try to come to some type of middle ground, if at all possible. I mean, I think that's always the first effort you need to give in this situation. Absolutely, the first effort that you need to give is to try to find out as much information about what the differences are between the two positions, and then try to reconcile them or compromise them in some way or fashion. On the other hand, I mean, I think it depends. I think it's also incumbent on any one of us on a task force like this, that if it's a position that if it's enough of an important position that you need to not change, then I think then you need to come to some kind of an understanding of that maybe the commission or the task force as a whole is going to go one direction, and you're not going to necessarily go along with it. But as with any kind of a board in this situation, it's important that a majority of people, once a decision is made by the group as a whole, even if it's a position that you don't agree with, you're part of that body and you must support it. I mean, you do what you can to work out the differences and try to get people to understand your position, but you also have to recognize that once that decision is made by a majority of that body, then you need to support it moving forward.
Communicating with the public. One responsibility of the task force is to help make the IRP understandable to the public. How would you explain complicated technical issues to residents who have little background in energy planning?
Well, I think I've been trying to do that for the past 3 years. Maybe I'm not always successful, but I believe I've been trying to do that, and I would continue to try to do that, to try to get people to, see how, even though this is a complicated subject, you can break it down into easily understandable segments, and you can, develop analogies that help them understand the relevance of a subject of that nature. So I think that's where probably to some degree writing skills come into play. I don't think we would be probably speaking to the public, but we would certainly probably be writing things, writing a report that would help inform the public about the IRP and what it stands for and what it does for the community, and what are how it could be explained both to City Council and to the public. And I think probably through good writing skills, it's doable, eminently doable.
Commitment and availability. The task force is expected to meet at least twice per month for approximately 4 months, with preparation required between meetings. Are you able to commit that schedule and the required reading and preparation?
Yes.
That's the easy one. And then lastly, we have open meetings and transparency. The task force will operate under the Illinois Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information requirements. What does transparency and public service mean to you?
Transparency is the opportunity for public discourse allows for decisions to be made in the best interest of the public. Being open, listening, and considering to the opinions that public shares and trying to make the best decision based not just on one's own understanding of things, but on the understanding of many differing residents and making a decision in the best interest of the community as a whole, not for personal reasons.
One more question.
Yeah, sure. So, in terms of the purpose of this committee that we're trying to form here, you do realize that like the main purpose of this committee is to do an analysis of this IRP and kind of, drill down the data, drill down the information to be able to provide an analysis of the IRP in conjunction with the city's energy policy to all the members of council here, some of whom, I'm like you, I don't have any math background or science, but I'm an attorney too. So I need this information provided to me, a good analysis of this information so that I can then make a decision that I feel is appropriate for the city, as every member here wants to be able to do. Now, at the very beginning of your statement, you used the term, it was either advocate or advocacy, twice. You realize that we need to separate analysis from advocacy. What you advocate, because we all know you've been down here many times, we all know you have very strong opinions on certain issues, and you are a huge advocate for certain areas. That is not the role of this committee.
I do understand that. And I believe I use the word advocacy in terms of my experience as an attorney.
It's an energy advocacy, which is kind of like, it caught me, I wrote it down.
Okay.
And it caught me a little bit off guard because that was automatically a thing which has got me thinking, that's not what the purpose of this committee is.
No.
The purpose is not to promote personal views, not to have an advocate, not to advocate one way or the other. It's to look at this, what I think, maybe it's not as complicated to others, but what I think is a complicated thing, the IRP, in terms of being able to analyze that and address that to what is kind of congruent with what the city's energy policy is, so that we can have something that works for us moving forward. But what we can't have is anything that's advocacy. We need analysis and information. Is that something you think you're able to do?
Yes, definitely. I'm sorry. I don't recall using advocacy as what this task force is doing. I thought I had used it in terms of some of the experiences that I had had, both in terms of the work that I used to do, as well as in the work that I've been doing as an energy advocate. I have been an energy advocate, but I do understand completely that this task force is an analysis, and that's exactly, and an analysis and making sure that it complies, with the statute, includes the components that are required by that statute, and is forward thinking. So, so that's those, and so yes, I fully understand that this is an analysis that's being done. May I just, one other thing. I understand that Jeremy Barrow applied, and I don't know Jeremy very well. He's an engineer with 20 years experience. He's got a young family, fairly new to Batavia. I've met him a few times. He let me know that he couldn't be here tonight because he was sick, because I had encouraged him to apply. I believe he would be an outstanding candidate. He has, like I said, 20 years of experience. I would hate for you not to consider his application just because he couldn't be here. He's got a bad cold, and he said he's coughing so much he can't even talk. So for whatever it's worth, you're going to do what you need to do, but I do think he has the technical experience that I definitely don't have. So, okay?
So much.
All right, thank you.
Next is Patrick McVeigh, and then on deck will be Aiden Walker.
Patrick
What?
first. Correct.
Yeah, Aiden and for Patrick.
And just to confirm, it is 3 members we're selecting.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Three.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was gonna say. I was
And
looking
somebody
up,
had time to find it.
yeah, the charter.
Okay.
Where could they have found time in the last half hour?
Can't have city council members leaving though, like, we don't, come on.
Well, we just don't need to wait. Just, I mean, candidly,
Alan, gone.
me and Bob were gone in the first one, no one waited, so. We don't need to
You guys
wait.
not here?
Yeah, we were in the bathroom and kicked it
Come
off.
in and the pecking order.
It's all good. I didn't expect you guys to wait, I just pee really fast.
Blow past the Lehman rule, though. Yeah.
Pretty strict rule.
I'm still
Going
here.
down in
I think
history.
I think we're gonna do a motion to like, continue the executive decision on personnel to some other day, maybe?
Sat up in his office waiting 3 hours to talk to you guys.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that's what it was about.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Might be the next time you guys do this. We're gonna have fewer questions.
Yeah.
Well, you don't, I mean,
I know.
I was gonna say, we could condense.
Yeah, the only problem I have with that is
I
we
know
asked
you've already-
everybody already those questions. I want to still stay with that, so.
No, I know, but as they start to answer stuff, because they're.
That's
you
why
know,
I
you
said
get
we could, that's
talking,
why I said with
people just
number
get
one, we already, she already explained number one, we didn't
Yeah.
need to do it.
And that's why I think that's what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
because that's really what we get.
Yep. Patrick and then Aiden.
Evening. Welcome, Patrick.
Could you move the microphone over to?
It's over on the side, just so we want to make sure that this gets recorded.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so to start with, we want to ask you about your interest and motivation and why you're interested on serving on the IRP task force.
Well, as an engineer, this is really an engineering challenge, and I find it invigorating to be able to work on a area of engineering that I've neglected during my engineering career because I was a biomedical engineer. But it still fits into the category of engineering. And as an engineer that was the son of a boiler maker, I find that these newer technologies of green energy offer an exciting opportunity to be able to reduce cost as well as reduce fossil fuel emissions. So I look for a challenge, and this was sort of handed to me as an opportunity to explore, and that's why I have done this.
Okay. Next is understanding of the assignment. What do you believe is the role of the task force, and how is that different from the role of the city council?
Well, I think in a task force, you can offer your opinion that based on the evidence that you have accumulated in your life, as well as new evidence as it comes along, and be able to explain that to other people who may not have the same vocabulary you do in terms of the expertise that's required. That's one of the major reasons why I like this challenge, because it gives me an opportunity to explain to others what the advantages and the disadvantages of new technology is. And so here is a role that I can really play into, making use of my strengths.
Right along those lines, relevant experience. Tell us about any experience that you have had that may help you contribute to this task force. such as experience with energy, engineering, environmental issues, economics, finance, data analysis, public policy, or community organizations?
Well, there's a lot there. Excuse me, I have allergies, not a cold or anything, so I'm not going to be contaminating you. I think the major thing that I've found in my life is that it can be really rough going being in an innovative field because it requires a high degree of intention and desire in order to determine a solution that will work for everyone. And even though engineering is based on science, there is a lot of people skill that's required. You have to be able to lead a team of people whose goal is to meet a standard, meet a goal, and be able to solve the problem that is presented to you. And I've done that in biomedical engineering because I was the first person in the country to be able to create a set of laparoscopic instrumentation that could be used for surgery. This is back in the 1980s, early 80s. And we developed a lot of instrumentation, both hand instruments as well as scopes, light sources, insufflators, other equipment that was necessary so that doctors could make three tiny holes in your belly, be able to remove tumors and inflamed gallbladders, and get you out of the hospital in one day. No one could do that prior to my little company that I was working for, who gave me the opportunity to do that. So for me, it felt like, well, sometimes you win, and that was a win for me. Other times, you lose because you just simply can't figure it out. So I think that's the background that I have.
Analyzing complex information. The draft IRP contains technical and financial information. Describe a time when you had to learn and evaluate a complex subject before making a recommendation or decision.
Well, that's a good question. I think in every product or in a system, there are costs and there are benefits. Your role is to figure out what's the cost-benefit relationship. And you can do that financially, you can do it in a technical way, or you can look at it from the people's advantages that you can provide, as well as the dangers that are associated with that product. So it's an amalgamation of skills, including financial skills, because you're not given unlimited money. There is a limit to how much you can spend before everyone gives up, including you. So the issue is, how do you do it within budget and on time? And that's what I'm good at.
Objectivity. The task force may include members with differing views on energy resources, environmental goals, costs, and reliability. How would you approach reviewing information that challenges your own assumptions or opinions?
Well, it's being open. And one of the things that I think the newer technologies that we've learned to use over the years is right now with AI. If you can frame a question that's quite detailed, you can get a detailed answer, and it can be validated by other resources and other people in order to be able to present a comprehensive answer to the problem being presented to you and look at different ways of doing it. So it's this constant iteration of ideas and questions that you can formulate that allow you to see the solution and be able to communicate that to other people on the team. I think that that's part of the reason that you have to do this kind of work, because you have to be able to communicate to others and where they can see the advantages, the costs, and the benefits, as well as the risks. So risk analysis, benefit analysis, costs, and opportunity for improvement in people's lives is important.
Building consensus. The charter states that the task force will operate by consensus whenever possible. Describe a situation where you helped a group reach agreement on a difficult issue.
Difficult issues. That's something I'm trying to recall here. If there's been a situation where it was really difficult to convince others that I was on the track, but it was hard to do. So it usually revolved around something that we thought would work, but it didn't. So failure is often the result, but you learn from failure, and that's the important part. If you can learn to accept the failure that you've encountered and be able to reconstitute the team and keep it going with an alternative opportunity or some other thing, that's a way of learning, and I've done that. It's like part of the process. As you proceed in new product development or in a grant writing opportunity, you don't always win. Most of the time, you won't, but you learn, and that's important.
Right into handling disagreements. If you strongly disagreed with the majority of the task force on an issue, how would you handle that situation?
Sometimes they're right. Sometimes they're wrong. If you're really strongly oriented to your solution, the answer could be you're either wrong or you may be right, but can you be certain about that? So I think at the end of the day, you have to accept majority, or I would say most people probably are pretty good at analyzing things. It's just how you look at the elephant, really. Are you looking at it from your viewpoint only, or are you accepting what their viewpoints are as well? So that's my answer.
Communicating with the public. One responsibility of the task force is to help make the IRP understandable to the public. How would you explain a complicated technical issue to residents who have little background in energy planning?
Well, that's one of my skills. I'm able to communicate difficult concepts to other people because I explained it in a way like an analogy. When you're dealing with complicated solutions, you have to be able to bring it to them in a way that they can understand. It's like explaining the Le Mans Endurance Challenge. It's 24 hours of racing around a triangular track with hairpin turns and fast straightaways. So how does that compare to making the IRP. You have to be both fast and you have to meet the goal of not flying off the track and killing yourself or other people, and be able to explain to people how you did that. And I think that's an area that I pretty well excel at, is the ability to explain complicated issues and get it down so that they see it.
Commitment and availability. The task force is expected to meet at least twice per month for approximately 4 months, with preparation required between meetings. Are you able to commit to this schedule and the required reading and preparation?
Yes, because I'm retired.
Okay. And then lastly is open meetings and transparency. The task force will operate under the Illinois Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information requirements. What does transparency and public service mean to you?
I think transparency is important. Transparency is important because without it, people can be suspicious and feel that you're not telling them everything that they should know. So if there is a rule against certain disclosures, you still have to follow that rule, but you have to be able to explain to some degree, as much as you can, without giving away the trade secrets, so to speak. But if you can, I try for transparency. So.
One additional question.
So I've been asking this question of everybody, and in terms of this IRP, you understand that what we're looking for is to have this task force do an analysis of the IRP, kind of dig deep into what it is, how it applies to the city energy policy, and then provide all the council members with an analysis of that data.
Right, yes.
Objectively, so that we can then make a decision, hopefully. For instance, you're an engineer, I'm not an engineer. So I don't have that experience, but I need to be able to understand the IRP and how it applies to the city policy. But I need to be able to have that information provided to me without necessarily any advocacy of one position or the other. You know, everybody has opinions on things. Everybody wants certain things or might advocate for certain positions. You understand that's not the role of this task force. The role of this task force is to kind of work together, dig deep, and give all the council members an analysis of what we're looking at here.
Yes, I believe that's the role. It's to provide a list, so to speak, of potential solutions that each have their cost benefits and each have their risks and each have their costs. So presenting that to the public is an important requirement. And
Presenting it to us so that we can then make a decision on what we need to do.
yes, you represent the public. So I think that presenting to you what's the issues, you make the decision. We are there to provide the information and analysis as best we can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for those liposcopic tools. They work very well on 2 appendix surgeries, so.
I'm glad you recovered.
It wasn't me.
Or other people
Yes.
who were able to recover, and they did it in a very quick period of time, didn't they?
They had 2 surgeries, had it
Yes.
twice, within a month of each other.
Wow. Okay.
So thank you.
You're welcome.
Next would be Aiden Walker, and then Ian Johnstone is last. And yes, I've had laparoscopic surgery.
We got the interview.
Appendix was before.
I said, you know, we got a long ways to go and a short time to get close.
Yes, exactly.
All the way up into my base of my brain.
Another time I worked in
Three little tiny bits.
That's an incredible.
and they issued like a bunch of lyrics in there.
Yes, it is insane.
And I used it.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what I overheard. Yeah.
Now, first time she was in the hospital for two days.
Smoke break?
You want to survive.
But they wanted to give her lots of drugs
The
to.
electric pathways to my heart. So they could figure out which one of the four, which is usually four, the neurons that they had to freeze and kill.
Right.
Because those are the ones that can be aphic.
Right.
But they have to be able to do that, and they manipulate the signals from your brain to your heart to force it to do that, so they can tell which. Yeah.
So like,
Thanks for your suggestion.
Way cooler than.
oh, yeah.
Probably,
I was like
well,
reading through, I'm like,
I
I
think
never
it was
responded to this, but.
the fact that they could go through
I don't like the word gold.
stem cells
Right.
that were good and non-cancerous.
I wanted to like.
And then
construct,
give those back.
back, that's like.
That still blows my mind that that technology is.
Not a chase, because I didn't let go.
Spend a lot of time doing this.
And then fix it.
But
It's all in the word.
Does anyone have any gum or mints? Nope.
You weren't on an unauthorized scooter ride? You know, you could make it a lot better than it was,
I
right?
know, I could come up with a better story, but yeah, I'm just hiding that. I'm not.
Yeah, the whole like gang of them that, and they make the turn on to 31. I'm like, I asked.
That's so sick. I love them.
And I mean, some of them on regular.
They just pop out.
Yeah.
Like 3 or 4 things that
Third of them
you
had
Halloween, he had
and they're
like
coming
5
right down
packs every single
four,
time.
and then they
And
come
he's a
south and go on to.
spin as a rail.
What?
He's as thin as a
Well, no,
rail.
they were heading east because they turned on 31
I
and
was
went
doing
south.
it, I think that's.
Around that corner, I had a friend of mine that lives in an apartment above one of the buildings there. He said it was
It's a little bag too, so you only have
once
so
or
much.
twice a week. They take this
Poor
rundown.
people, they're just like, we're still here.
They're both from yellow lines in the center to the curb.
Why did the cops let them?
I don't know.
Dig deep into that. The first I saw was cement.
No, they're long gone. They were gone an hour ago.
I didn't introduce myself, or?
Yeah, I was just about to say, Aiden, I'm going to give you a couple of questions here. We'll start off with what your interest and motivation was and why you're interested in serving on the IRP task force.
Yeah, I sort of touched on it a little bit in my application materials, but I'm really interested, having come from an experience of working with disenfranchised communities and in some policy spheres, of making sure that policy is legible and accessible for everyone and making sure that voices are heard and recognized throughout the process. I think that the task force and the way that it was sort of outlined is focused on making sure that individuals have the opportunity to have their to engage with the IRP in a meaningful sense. And I think I have the skills necessary related to like public scholarship and making sure that I can communicate the ideas that are being outlined in this draft IRP to the public to make sure that they have the opportunity for public comment and making sure that it is an accessible document for everyone, because even just looking over it, it's kind of hard to parse if you aren't an expert in the field, but making sure that people are able to have their voices heard in energy policy by making it legible to them is sort of my principal interest in being on the IRP.
Second is understanding the assignment. What do you believe the role of the task force is, and how is that different from the role of city council?
Yeah, I think I sort of touched on this a little bit, but I think that the role of the task force is to make the document as accessible as possible to community members and to all constituents, and I think it's less our our duty to pass judgment on potentially the findings in the IRP or to insert personal opinion, because it is focused on what we will also have an opportunity as members of the community to make public comment and to do that when we are presenting it at later stages, although I'm not sure if there would be conflicts there. But in any case, I think that it's more to make sure that members of the community feel comfortable engaging with the text and feel like they can make an informed decision, which then can be used by City Council to make policy decisions related to make recommendations based on the IRP and to use that city's energy policy and make sure that those two things are in alignment. And I think that that's the City Council's goal, is to make sure that the two things actually coincide with the city's strategic plan and with the city's future and what's best for the city of Batavia. And the IRP is more there as an assistant to make sure that that decision can be as informed as possible and that everyone can feel like they can engage with it and give you the opinion to then inform the policy.
Relevant experience. Tell us about any experience that you have that may help you to contribute to the task force, such as experience with energy, engineering, environmental issues, economics, finance, data analysis, public policy, or community organizations.
Yeah, I definitely have the most experience with the final two that you mentioned, which would be community organizations and public policy. I currently work in the housing field, and I have for the past 2 years. I have also worked briefly with some environmental organizations and have a strong interest in energy issues and environmental policy, which is part of the reason why I would like to engage with the task force. But in my current role, I am a housing case manager for homeless youth out of Naperville, and through that, I've become very comfortable engaging with a number of stakeholders, including policymakers, as they work down in Springfield, as I engage in advocacy in that role, in addition to working with, nonprofits, other organizations, and other interested parties to make sure that I can give them policy recommendations and communicate the needs of my clients and the communities that I work with to those individuals. As for public policy, I also have some advocacy experience, and through my college education, I'm very used to analyzing policy, conducting policy analysis, doing quantitative research, and making sure that the numbers are in alignment and doing data interpretation on that level in these sort of policy spheres, which I think would be useful for parsing the data and making it legible, especially when it comes to making sure that others can feel comfortable or feel like there are people that they can speak to about what's in the IRP. I think that would be sort of what my education would allow me to do.
Next is analyzing complex information. The draft IRP contains technical and financial information. Describe a time when you had to learn and evaluate a complex subject before making a recommendation or decision.
Yeah, recently in my advocacy I've been doing in the housing sphere, I've had to look at a lot of housing legislation, including budgets, and which were taken in tandem with policy considerations in order to speak to legislators in the Illinois State House and Senate about bills that they were passing and to advocate on behalf of homes. So in those, you have to take into consideration different levels of grant funding, diversifying the housing programs which are being offered by the state. And to me, it seems like the IRP is very focused, or the first draft was focused on making sure we have diverse portfolios, making sure that we're engaging with a number of things. And like I said, I have experience with that quantitative research, which might also be useful. I'm very comfortable doing research into fields that I'm less familiar with, like these financial and economic and energy-focused fields. But I have I feel confident in parsing information and doing the research necessary.
Objectivity. The task force may include members with differing views on energy resources, environmental goals, costs, and reliability. How would you approach reviewing information that challenges your own assumptions or opinions?
Yeah, like I briefly touched on earlier, I do think that the IRP is, or the IRP task force is much more focused on just communicating the information already in the IRP as opposed to inserting our own information into it. And I think that I would feel very comfortable trying to create summaries of the information as opposed to inserting my own opinion into it at any stage of the process. Having some experience conducting public scholarship, you learn very quickly the power that using specific words and specific verbiages can use in influencing public opinion. And I would try everything in my power to make sure that we're using neutral language when communicating these details to the groups involved. I think that I can acknowledge that the recommendation may not be in line with what I would personally like for the city, but it may also be what's best for the city and for the people here. And I think separating that is something that I'm willing and comfortable to do to engage with the task force.
Building consensus. The charter states that the task force will operate by consensus whenever possible. Describe a situation where you helped a group reach agreement on a difficult issue.
Yeah, when I was in college, I did a little bit of organizing in my dining hall because of the fact that there were some unfair labor conditions there. And a lot of the constituents, a lot of the individuals working there had very different ideas about what the future should be or what our demand should be of our organization. But I very much engage with the structure that I think that the best way to approach an issue and to develop consensus is to actually sound out all of the options and make sure that everyone is comfortable at least with the decision being made, and making sure that I think that compromise is often it can be a failure to make a decision and people take it to be consensus when in reality it's not always considering all the options and you're giving up one thing in favor of something else. So in that role, it was really working to make sure that everyone's needs were met and that everyone's voices were adequately heard, and not just reaching consensus for the sake of reaching consensus and for the sake of simplicity. So when I was directing those discussions, I really focused on making sure that the solution felt acceptable and adequate, and that it wasn't just being used as a time-saving measure, which is why we ended up with our specific demands, specific wage raises for across different groups, where some people thought that others wanted to be paid more. But once you have those conversations about what actually is underlying and important for people, it's easier to generate a consensus which is acceptable and isn't cutting corners.
Communicating with the public. One responsibility of the task force is to help make the IRP understandable to the public. How would you explain a complicated technical issue to residents who have little background in energy or planning?
I think that verbiage is definitely the most complicated issue at hand here, because I think that a lot of these issues are inherently really complicated and they are inherently really hard to explain, and it can be really easy to analogize or do something which might oversimplify it and then lead to misconstrued interpretations. So I guess what I would be focusing on would be making sure that it's comprehensible across levels, and maybe having, if we could give both a baseline explanation that's a little bit simpler just for individuals more looking to get an understanding, and also a more in-depth summary of that for those looking for that technical information, that would be useful. Although I know that that would still be missing some of that, and it doesn't fully get to the point of getting technical information in these documents. But I guess for me, it's just about making sure that you're using it in a vocabulary that people are comfortable enough to engage with and won't scare off people that are potentially interested in reading the document, and making sure that we're being very deliberate and careful in our word choice and in our explanations, not getting, not mistaking the forest for the trees in these things is maybe the easiest way to say it. But while the IRP task force might benefit from knowing these more particularities, I think if we can communicate the broad strokes and make sure that people are aware of the broader policy implications and the ways in which this would affect them, and the ways in which the technical is having real life ramifications in a vocabulary that makes sense, I think that would be the best way for us to communicate those to our constituents.
Commitment and availability. The task force is expected to meet at least twice per month for approximately 4 months, with preparation required between the meetings. Are you able to commit to that schedule and the required reading and preparation?
Yes.
Easy one.
Thank you.
And the last one is open meetings and transparency. The task force will operate under the Illinois Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information requirements. What does transparency and public service mean to you?
I think that a lot of people think local government can be pretty opaque, which I think is an issue because the meetings are, for all intents and purposes, very public. We see here that anyone can come to this. Anyone who wants to watch this interview is able to do so, from my understanding. But I think that for me, transparency is also, it's not just about being hypothetically available. It's also about inviting people in. And I think that transparency in local government is about making sure that people are aware of what is going on, to the extent that they feel like they have a reasonable chance to engage. Because I think that sometimes things happen and people don't even know that they're happening, and then they feel blindsided and they feel like government's not being transparent when these meetings are happening every week and they are public every week. So making sure that these key decision or inflection points in this decision-making matrix are communicated effectively is key to being transparent in the IRP task force's mission.
Yeah, so you've kind of addressed a lot of things. I have one summary question I've been asking everybody. But basically you realize that the purpose of this committee is to do a thorough analysis of this IRP in conjunction with the city energy policy, and then put it into data information that you can then give to all the members of council that we can understand, because we're the ones who actually have to make the decision. You guys are doing the analysis of all this for us. That's why we're giving you this, giving some people this job, which is going to take a lot of time, like Alderman Wolf just said. But also, I realize that everybody has their own personal views and might advocate for certain things. You realize that there's no advocacy here. We're just wanting you to work with the rest, if you're chosen, to work with the rest of the task force to be able to kind of drill down the information that we need to know so that we can see if this IRP is appropriate, and then we can make a decision in that regard. Are you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. You already kind of talked about several of those points during some of your answers, but I still got to ask
Of course.
Everybody else got to ask the question. I'm asking you the question too.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Aiden.
Have a good rest of your night.
Thank you.
And Ian. Ian.
While Max is getting Ian, would you like to discuss the request as to whether Jeremy Barrow will be allowed to be considered without having been interviewed?
I think that's very tough.
Repeat that, sorry.
Susan Russo suggested that Jeremy Barrow should still be considered even though he isn't here to be interviewed. And I thought you might like to just...
Background, it looks like he would be a very qualified person to consider. So it is unfortunate timing. I don't think he should be stricken, but it is hard to balance that when he's not here.
No. He is, no.
He should be considered in the vote.
Yeah, maybe we can have this discussion right after this.
Yeah, we'll continue that.
Yeah.
Welcome, Ian.
Hello. Thank you.
We're going to start off with the core question of, Interest and motivation. Why are you interested in serving on the IRP task force?
Yeah, I moved here in 2021 with my wife, and we in 2022 had our first child, and so that kind of set the groundwork for us being invested in the city and looking at potentially being permanent residents. I started to learn more about the city, its energy policy, its energy supply, and then my neighbor got involved. She started getting me involved, learning more about just the energy supply here for the city. And then I learned that the city is looking at how to bridge that gap of energy demand, and that is something that I'm very interested in. I'm passionate about, and I realize it's something that I could have a say in here in my city, and hopefully help the council and its elected officials and the elected officials of the city to make an informed decision by giving them a review, analysis, reports of the findings. And that seemed like a pretty good gig, so.
Understanding of the assignment. What do you believe is the role of the task force, and how is that different from the role of the city council?
That's a good question. Okay, so role of the task force versus the role of the council. So the role of the council, I mean, you guys have your constituents, you represent different wards, we have energy policy, we have various, I'm sure, initiatives for energy goals. I'm sure there's energy milestones that need to get hit, or you're looking to hit, whether it's economic, sustainability, whatever it might be. And the task force is tasked with taking, I believe, this report that was done by Brattle, and trying to give it in a good review and summary format that allows you all to make a better or more informed decision for the city's constituents, your constituents, that are going to hit those energy goals that I mentioned, and whether that's once again keeping energy affordable, sustainable, and of course reliable. I'm sure that's probably the foundation of this report and of what y'all are looking for.
Okay. Relevant experience. Tell us about any experience you have that may help you to contribute to the task force, such as experience with energy, engineering, environmental issues, economics, finance, data analysis, public policy, or community organizations.
Yeah, so my education background is environmental and sustainability focused. I have an undergraduate degree in wildlife management, so that's not really towards energy. My master's is in sustainable management, which touches a little bit on energy, but mainly it's my current career. My current job is for DuPage County. I work for the facilities management department, and I'm a capital projects energy analyst there. Right now I'm overseeing, which is one of our options on the report, if I remember correctly, is solar, right? So right now I'm currently overseeing a 200 kilowatt solar project, rooftop solar project for the administration building on the DuPage County campus. But my primary duties at my job are utility data tracking. I track all of our water, gas, and electricity. I do market analysis on what energy prices are looking like. I use that to make our budget. I budget about $4 million worth of utilities every year for the county. I look at any capital project that we do, whether it's stormwater pumps, HVAC pumps, solar, LED retrofits, you name it, and how that's going to impact our utility usage and our utility budgets. And then I look at fuel mixes. I do look at how the PGM grid, what its fuel mix looks like, and how that affects not affects, but how that correlates with our usage and our own greenhouse gas emissions for the county. Those are kind of the primary tasks that I have for data analysis, energy research, budgeting, finance. I believe those are some of the main ones you mentioned just now. In my master's program, I did do a study on Fortune 500 utility companies, and I looked at their ESG and ESG reports on how they were greening, so to speak, their own fuel mixes. and if they were staying on track with their goals and claims. So that was one of an academic project that I worked on relating to fuel mixes.
Analyzing complex information. The draft IRP contains technical and financial information. Describe a time when you had to learn and evaluate a complex subject before making a recommendation or decision.
Yeah, and this is going to be kind of I guess adjacent, but this is just because it just happened and it's been on my mind. I spent the last couple of weeks doing salt data analysis for our grounds department. They're trying to reduce salt usage on our campus because of its impact on wetlands and things like that. And I didn't really know where to start. They gave me what their tonnage of salt was, and I kind of just went from there. I took temperature data that was recorded by the National Weather Service. I took freezing degree days, precipitation inches, and I compiled that into one massive spreadsheet and tried to break it down to snow events on how much salt was being used versus snow events. I created a winter event intensity index to try giving each event some kind of score, like, okay, this was a severe winter storm, so maybe they used more salt than we want them to use, but that's because they're hitting an onslaught of icy conditions. So that was something recently that I was just kind of learning on the fly in the dark, and then I came out on the other end with a bunch of numbers. I had tons per inch of precipitation, tons per freezing degree day, tons per point of weather severity index, and I was able to present that to the grounds department, and now they are budgeting their salt alternatives based around that as well for climate normals for the upcoming season, on how many tons they can expect to purchase of road salt, how many tons of eco salt, how many tons of brine solution, beet solution, sand, even for depending on temperature, extreme cold temperature days. Sorry, that was just the most recent complex thing that is just on my mind because that was just this last week.
Objectivity. The task force may include members with differing views on energy resources, environmental goals, costs, and reliability. How would you approach reviewing information that challenges your own assumptions or opinions?
Yeah, it's a hard one because I think it's pretty clear. I'm already leaning toward. I lean heavily towards sustainability, environmental, but that at my job is just a small piece of the puzzle. The number one thing I have to present to our policymakers, the county board members, my directors, is economics. That is the very first thing they want to see. They want to see return on investments, and what the economics outlook is going to look like. And that has actually kind of shaped me. Like, I realized, some sustainability projects do not pencil out, and that's just the way it is. And so there's typically some kind of compromise that you need to make on where the chips fall, and whether that's some kind of middle ground, whether it is, nope, that project's just not going to work, or yes, the numbers do work out. This is both environmental and economic, is be kind of a slam dunk. If maybe there's other finances surrounding it, grant funding. I believe that came up, the EPA's low interest loan came up today, I believe, in y'all's discussion. So all those things kind of get blended together. And then I try to, just present it to whoever the governing body is, in this case, y'all, and just a simple format, right? Like, you guys probably just want to see, obviously this can be a big complex problem that's going to take, I'm assuming we would be talking to each other many times, but at some kind of simplified thing so that we can, I'm sure I'm just talking way too much now at this point, but just simplified numbers, return on investments, and what are the greenhouse gas emission cuts? What are the greenhouse gas emissions that are going to be if we go with, a peaker plant versus a solar plant? What are the what are the operational costs? All these types of things just get blended, and I try to present it in some kind of simple way. If that makes sense. Kind of rambled there. I apologize.
Building consensus. Charter states that the task force will operate by consensus whenever possible. Describe a situation where you helped a group reach agreement on a difficult issue.
if I was the one that allowed them to reach a difficult agreement. I can't, to be honest, I can't think of a single moment right now. But me and my team at work, at least, and at previous jobs, there's plenty of disagreements. And it's usually just discussion that we can all come to, finding some kind of middle ground. Everyone's got a perspective, and almost everyone is right in that perspective, and it's just trying to find middle ground on those perspectives. But I don't have a single moment where I'm like, yes, that was the key to get us coming together there. Just discussion, talking like adults.
Handling disagreements. If you were strongly disagreed with the majority of the task force on an issue, how would you handle that situation?
It would be to express my opinion and my perspective in a meaningful way that to try to explain why I believe to be right in that scenario. And I would trust that the people that I'm disagreeing with would also do the same for me. They would explain their opinion, their disagreement. If I highly doubt I would ever think they were, completely out of their minds kind of idea, but I'm sure if they presented in a way that made sense for the city or for whatever topic we're talking about, then I would come around. Maybe sure I might be a little angry at night trying to go to sleep, like I don't think they're right, but I'm sure I don't see myself ever being like, thinking somebody's out of their mind or something, especially if there's multiple, then it sounds like I'd be the one out of my mind, so.
Communicating with the public. One responsibility of the task force is to help make the IRP understandable to the public. How would you explain a complicated technical issue to residents who have little background in energy planning?
So that's something that, I frequently give presentations at county, and that is at our committee meetings. I have typically environmental committee or public works committee meetings is when I present. And my director, who's retired now, he retired last year, but he used to always tell me, Reader's Digest, like that's what we want. And it's just a simplified, tables, graphs that are not, we don't need standard deviations, t-tests to get a point across. It's typically just, how many years will this project pay for itself? How many years will this project not pay for itself? What are you can just break it down pretty easily in some kind of simplified format. And I guess I don't have a specific way besides making it easy. So Reader's Digest, that's what has stuck with me ever since he's retired. I was also a fourth grade teacher for a couple years down in Arizona. So I'm also pretty good at teaching subjects into a manner. I'm not saying our residents are all fourth graders, by the way, but in a manner that anyone can understand is what I'm trying to get at.
Only when they're on Facebook.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Commitment and availability. The task force is expected to meet at least twice per month for approximately 4 months, with preparation required between meetings. Are you able to commit to that schedule and required reading and preparation?
Yes, I am. To my understanding, there is a limit on this task force. Like it's about 4 months, I believe, or so. And that is what drew me to this. I was interested in the Environmental Commission before this, but unfortunately, just the length of terms and things like that made me withdraw my application from the Environmental Commission. But this one having a deadline, I think, allows me to put a good amount of effort and focus into this task force for this amount of time without sacrificing my time with my family in a long-term setting.
Open meetings and transparency. The task force will operate underneath the Open Meetings Act and Freedom of Information requirements. What does transparency and public service mean to you?
Anything that you make, it's got that. FOIA. The FOIA is the big word that comes to mind, right? Is a public resident or anyone that has any kind of interest in something can FOIA certain requests, right? I believe that goes back to that Transparency Act, and so you just have to be aware of that, right? Like, don't don't do anything that's unprofessional. Don't that could, harm yourself or your team or somebody that's representing you. Don't put that in any formats, or keep it to yourself. I don't know. A big one that we've been working on too is accessibility, because I believe, I don't know the exact act, but I believe there's some accessibility federal act that just passed recently, and we had to convert all of our PDFs and things like this to an accessible format if it's public facing. So you just have to keep everyone in mind. Keep yourself in mind. Keep the people that might be reading your email in mind, or looking at the map that you drew in mind. So making sure, one, that somebody that you don't know could read it, but two, that everyone can read it, if that makes sense. So you want back to your Reader's Digest too. So I feel like I'm going back and forth here, but just making sure that it's accessible and not damning, if that makes sense.
You have one question that we've asked everybody
just
additionally.
kind of one summary question I've been asking everybody. Now, in terms of the purpose of this task force, what we really want is we want some analysis done by whatever group, whatever members are appointed to the task force, to be able to kind of drill down and, like you just said, do a Reader's Digest to explain to people like me who doesn't have an engineering degree or math background what all the aspects of the IRP are, an analysis of those aspects, how they would fit into the city energy policy. In doing so, we would need this to just be a straight analysis, however. I mean, you mentioned sustainability. You mentioned that you lean heavily towards sustainability. My daughter is actually 1 year away from having her sustainability degree, so I understand that particular background. However, there's a difference between analysis versus advocacy. We just need an objective analysis, working with the other members of the committee, to be able to then provide that objective analysis to council in a way that we can understand, or a way that you guys decide would be the best way to get across to us, be able to answer questions that we may have, because you guys are going to be the ones, drilling deep down out of this thing. Again, without letting any personal views you may have kind of obscure anything, because we're not trying to promote one way or the other. You're just trying to give the information to us. Is that something you're able to do?
Yes, and it's something that I've done. I've tried, I've looked, plenty of sustainability projects that have happened at county, for example, that, they sound like an awesome project, but then you get to the paper and it's just, I look at it and I go, this isn't going to fly, but, you still present it the way it is. And sometimes that's just the way life is, right? Luckily, you guys do have this energy policy that's going to be, I think, a fantastic template and foundation to base these analyses off of.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
So at this time, we go into executive session to discuss the selection. Prior to that, did you want to come to a resolution regarding Jeremy Barrow's application?
Yes, I believe that should be the same way it is if people are coming down to try to fill an open spot on City Council, Environmental Commission, anything else. If they're not here, it's unfortunate. Things happen. There'll be other opportunities for Jeremy to be able to contribute to this city on various other commissions. There's several openings all the time. The mayor always says it. So in that regard, I think that, to be fair to the other people who were here and who were able to be assessed, have all the questions asked, that unfortunately he should be excluded from this particular vote.
That's the precedent. I'm totally okay with that as well.
Consensus? All right. If we're ready to go into executive session, what I would recommend maybe is that we change places with the candidates. And that, because I'm not sure that room is going to be conducive to it, so we'll just head up to,
They're in Appleton now.
Oh, we can go to Appleton now?
Yeah, they're in Appleton right now. I can bring them back. We can head.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Is the plan like we have with other applicants? We do our vote quiet and then we announce that we're not going to discuss.
Max has it set up
Right.
as a survey.
That's right, great.
39.
I've actually already submitted.
No, I know.
Oh, so I got to take this one.
That's why my vote is okay. We had a lot of excellent comments here.
3 of the 6.
Well,
Oh, thank you.
Dumpty Dumpty.
All right, we're going home. Have a good night out, everybody. Thanks for being here.
Record reflect that we are back in regular session, and we will need to do a roll call for regular session.
Baraza, Lancy.
Here.
Beck. Here. Malay. Malone.
Here.
Solfa. Here. Wolf.
Here.
Barron. Here. Lehman. Here. Roman. Here. Pieper.
Here.
Fehrenbach.
Here.
Anderson.
Here.
White.
Here. Before I announce the members of the task force, I want to thank everybody for coming down, staying all night here to get through this so that we could get to this point. Really appreciate that. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. If you're not part of this, be part of something else. That's my statement. The three that were chosen were Carrie Aschenbach, Patrick McVeigh, and Ian Johnstone are the three that are going on the IRP. Thank you for your willingness to step forward and do this for us, because it is something that we need help with. And anytime we do a task force, a commission, anything, that's us trying to make sure that we make the best decision for the city. And after listening to everybody talk tonight, I know that's what every one of you was here for.
And like the mayor always says, there's always open positions
Yep.
on other committees. So, you know, the three who didn't get on this committee, there's open positions other places.
All right. Thanks for the process. Yep, thank you. Okay, we do have a little bit more business to go through. We've made our decision, we have made our announcement. We are now on to project status. 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't need 3 minutes. Actually, I just want to let you know that with regard to the chimney over there, the permit has been issued. The contractor has been hired. They'll be dropping off the equipment on Friday, and scaffolding will start to go up on Monday for that project. Also, this Saturday, the Streets Division and Engineering are going to be at the Farmers Market. We received delivery of the safety barricades. We're going to get comfortable with those, not use them at this weekend's Farmers Market, but maybe next weekend's, the following weekend's Farmers
Public
Market.
Works and Engineering were there last weekend.
Yes, we were.
Last weekend. It's HR this week.
Oh, it's HR this week. That's right. I'm sorry. I knew that. Couple of events that police participated in last Thursday. They did their Cones with a Cop. That was a huge hit with our kids and families in Batavia. And then also Officer Webb and Comfort Dog River visited Mutual Ground that day too. They provide shelter and service to victims of domestic and sexual violence. And it's really a valuable resource and partner for our police department, but just another one of those ways that, you know, River is bringing comfort and joy every place she goes. So we're so happy to have that resource. And that's all I have for project status. Great.
Anybody have any other business? And now we need to go into another executive session for personnel.
But we can shut, there's not going to be any decisions coming out of this executive session. So James, you're free.
Is he awake back there?
No, he's got a pillow and.
He's got better attendance than most.
I like to think that was a good endurance session for our candidates as well.
Yeah.
They stuck it out.
They consider
they're gonna have.
Yeah.
It's an endurance test.
Yeah.
We need to remember
They
when
said
we
what-
do
that
this,
was a big
we need to have like
Isn't that
maybe
like a
the special
weird
town meeting
exercise
to
program?
do the interview stuff if we have to do any more of those while I'm here. Because it does, no matter what happens, something else changes during the meeting.